Yake Sutat. Good morning. I first want to start by, as we called our convening, our assembly together this morning. I want to start by thanking Nathan Lopez for our special music. I heard so many people saying, yeah. I heard so many people saying it's just wonderful to come here and to hear that beautiful music in the morning. It's a nice way to wake up and revive your body. So thank you so much, Nathan, for that. I'd like to call this meeting on Thursday, April 17th of the 90th session of the Tlingit and Haida annual meeting to order at 8 a.m. And we'd like to start with invocation this morning by Nathan Lopez.
All right, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the gift of a new day. As we gather once again for this tribal assembly, we pause to acknowledge your presence and your goodness. Thank you for bringing us together in safety and in purpose. Today, Lord, we continue the important work that's set before us. Work that carries the weight of responsibility and the promise of hope. You entrusted us with the voices of our people, and we ask now for your continued guidance. May Holy Spirit fill this room with unity, wisdom, and humility as we serve together. Give us sharp minds and soft hearts. Help us to hear not just words, but meaning, to speak not just opinions, but truth and love. Let every conversation and every decision be made with our people in mind and future generations at heart. We ask for peace to cover this place, for healing to flow where there's been hurt, and for understanding to rise where there's been division. Let your peace reign over this gathering in the name of Jesus. We honor our elders who have led the way, our youth who carry the torch forward, and every person who gives of themselves to serve and strengthen our communities. Help us lead in a way that honors you, honors our ancestors, and brings life to those yet to come. We place this day into your hands. Lead us, bless us, and be glorified in all we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Right before we get started with, I want to have a couple announcements. The first announcement I have is there are a couple of EV dedicated stations, parking spaces, and we're asking folks to please not park there unless you have a electric car that needs to be parked in. It was noticed that a person that has one of those vehicles desperately needs to be able to use that. So that's an announcement I'd like to make. And also, if people are dropping off any of the donations for tomorrow night's banquet for the auction, you can see Helen Willard and bring them across the street to the 410 building, the new Edward K. Thomas building. So thank you. The next item on the agenda is the word of the day. And so Hune is not here today. And he, my wonderful professor, asked me if I would do it. So the word for the Tlingit word for the day, and then we're going to have Eric come and join us to help us with the Haida word of the day. So the Tlingit word of the day is Itu Tlewuth, and it means they have fortitude. So we'll say this. Of course, he has to give us a challenging word because he wants to make sure it's like it's worthy of us learning it. So Itu Tlewuth. And so it's like with the pinch at the end of the L, so it's whoosh, whoosh. So E2, sli whoosh. E2, we, E2, They have fortitude. Thank you. Eric?
Sunlight Law, good morning. The second time they've blindsided me with this word of the day thing. Getting tired of it. I'm not doing it tomorrow, so somebody else better have a word out there. I'm looking at my Haidas in the crowd. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I know we all want to get to work. But the word I'm going to share with you guys today, is Delegate. 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 That's a pretty common word in Hot and Kill, and that means strength. But I think it's really important to. I'm big on the roots of our language, right? Our language is the basis for our mindset and how we think about things. So when we're talking about Delegate, the root of that word is dog, and that means the ability to change things. So I just want you guys to remember that as we go through the next couple of days, have Delegate, have that strength to change things.
Very nice. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask the election committee if they would come and sit up front here. And while they're doing that, we'll get prepared for, yes. Yes.
Accept the minutes from Tribal Assembly Day 1.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to accept the minutes. You should have all received them in your emails. They came out last night. Everybody's been very timely about getting them. So we have a second. Name and Juliana. Okay. Did you guys get that? So we have a motion and a second. Under discussion.
Don.
Thank you.
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage. In the minutes, it reflects that I had requested to add committees to Friday, and my motion actually was to add Tribal Assembly committees and consideration of resolutions not approved on the consent agenda for approval. And I had initially split it at Thursday, Friday, but with the friendly amendment, it was all moved to Friday. So then the following statement after that everything was moved to the EC calendar seems incorrect to me as well. I know someone made that statement, but that motion had more than a 2/3 vote for us to amend the agenda to have those discussions if time allowed.
So I'm going to ask Will to come forward. Do you see Will? Because he was the one, there he is, right there. Will? Because you made the motion, I amended it, because it needed to happen after the work of the convention, which is the Constitution. Will then clarified, and so let's ask him to clarify again for the minutes why the resolutions then at that point would all get deferred to the executive council. So Will?
It's in the standing rules of order for the Constitutional Convention that all activities of the convention take priority, and any other items on the agenda would occur after that. So that leaves that to Friday after the voting on the amendments proposed that would come before the good of the order. And that's where the effect of the motion.
And that's what her motion did. But what she's saying is her motion was that to move it after the order of business, which is the Constitution, for Friday that afternoon. but instead, it was reported in the minutes and stated, I believe by you, that the resolutions would be deferred to the executive committee. And she wanted to understand that.
Yeah, so the rules of order provided that any resolutions not adopted on the consent calendar by objection or just by assignment from the Committee on Committees would be referred to the Executive Council at its next meeting because there was anticipated not to be sufficient time during the Constitutional Convention to do regular order with committees and resolutions. So that is the, that was the effect of the rules of order. We had a vote on amending that, and that failed.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Tasha?
I'm going to say no. One, my motion is incorrectly stated in the minutes.
Okay.
But also, like I said, we could overturn that with a 2/3 majority vote, which we had. We did do a voice vote and I didn't hear an objection. It was not by unanimous consent. So my understanding is that it was in order. And maybe we don't have time and maybe this is like a waste of time to clarify, but I do think that some of the changes that were made in some of the committees, I think in my feeling is that the intent of the resolutions changed. And I would like for this body to be able to address them. And I just want clarification. If there's time that we as a body can consider those resolutions, both in committee and the ability to vote if there's time.
And Will, you're shaking your head, so can you please respond to that?
Yeah, no, the resolutions are committed to the executive council at the next meeting. So there will not be resolutions for committees when they meet. So
Okay, thank you. Yes. We're still under discussion of the minutes. Is it relevant to that? No. Is there any other discussion on the approval of the minutes? Question's been called. All those in favor of adopting the minutes from yesterday, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. Those abstaining, say abstain. The ayes have it. The minutes have been adopted. And your clarifications will be taken care of. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, did you have a question now?
I would like to request a suspension of rules. That's what I'm up here for.
Oh, okay.
I talked to the parliamentarian about it.
Okay.
And so, my name is Cass Pook. I'm from Sitka. I'm a Sitka delegate. My mother's Bertha Cares. My uncle's Mark Jacobs Jr. So you can connect where I come from, the Keat Hit House in Angoon. I would like to ask for a suspension of the rules regarding the emerging leader nominations. The reasoning is that we didn't have videos. I know nothing about them. I tried to pull up their bios. I couldn't find bios. And I don't feel comfortable voting for someone that I know nothing about. I know there's youth that are here in person from communities that are eligible by age. And I would like them to have the opportunity and us to have the opportunity to hear someone, because this is a one-year commitment. And it's an honor to be in that position. And I want to thank also Randy Estrin for his service this past year. Thank you.
We have a request for suspension of the rules, requires a 2/3 vote to bring this to the table. So the motion is that request a suspension of the rules to reopen the emerging leader nomination. There wasn't a definitive time or anything like that. Right now, it's just a suspension of the rules to bring forward this issue. And that's all the vote is right now, is a motion to bring forward the issue. All those in favor, and like I said, 2/3 vote, so be clear. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Nay.
Those abstaining, say abstain. The ayes have it. We can bring forward the motion. Now, do you have another motion? There
No.
has to be some
Um,
terms.
I haven't thought about that. I was just getting past the suspension of the rules.
Just moved to open nomination.
I moved to open nominations for emerging leader.
Okay, there's a motion to open nominations for emerging leader. There's a second. Any discussion? Question's been called. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Those abstaining, the ayes have it. The nominations are now open. I will turn that over to the elections officer when the elections chair, when she takes her seat at the table. I do have one more item of business before I turn it over to the elections chair. And that is the announcement of the small and large community councils of the year. We'd like to thank those who've submitted their nominations and for consideration. And I want to urge all community councils to submit their nominations. You guys are doing wonderful things in your community. We see and hear about it all year long. So brag a little bit. And it doesn't take a lot of effort to write up a paragraph or two. But right now, I'd like to congratulate the Small Community of the Year, Wrangell. So if and we saw and heard so much coming out of Wrangell, which just tells you that the energy in that community is just swelling with the work that they did on the bombardment and the totem carvings and you know, the youth classes, and the list goes on and on. So thank you, Wrangell, for your contributions to your community that helps us all. So thank you. The large community of the year was selected as Seattle. Likewise, Seattle, you saw the data earlier on the screen yesterday when they talked about the number of classes and outreach that was happening in Seattle and the engagement with Seattle. So you've done a great job reaching out to your community. Thank you. And now I would like to turn it over to our elections chair, Jan.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, welcome to the elections. I understand that we now need to open nominations for an emerging leader from the floor. Do we have any nominations? Come on, jump out of your chair. Name and community, please.
My name is Kara Meir. I'm with the Seattle community, and I would like to nominate our youth representative, Jasmine Knutson.
Jasmine
Knutson.
Knutson has been nominated from Seattle. Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Did everybody remember to bring their little voting little card? I forgot mine. I am not infallible.
Madam Committee Chair, this is Jerry Hope Sitka. Move to close nominations for emerging leader.
Okay, nominations. I will ask 3 times and we will close nominations. Are there any further nominations? Hmm? Oh, yeah. So the nomination is for Jasmine Knutson from Seattle. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Okay, we will be checking. We'll be checking out Jasmine. And then we will move on with the election.
Madam Chair, will Jasmine get a chance to speak?
Yes,
Okay.
after we have verified and validated her
Thank you.
papers. I never realized we had to be validated. Yeah, so nominations are now closed. And we will have, there are 2, Espen James, Guy Bean, and once we've verified Jasmine. You need it?
He needs to verify. Is she over here?
Jasmine, we need to know how old you are. I think it's, I think somebody saying, I'll run, at the drop of a hat is pretty good. We need our youth. I've had my youth through there and they're good.
She's verified, so she can.
Okay. I didn't mean to plug Seattle. I'm just stating, I think anybody who runs, and including us delegates, you gotta have to go out there and have them vote for you. So, did we verify or should we just continue on with?
No, she's good to go. You want to.
So then we'll just go right here. Let's see. Speak.
Just speak first and then go to the ballot. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I would just.
Okay. Okay, she has been verified. So, because we gave everybody 3 minutes, we must give her 3 minutes. So if she would like to come up and say a few words, please. Mhm. Okay. Mark, okay. I thought I was gonna have a real fast election. Teaches me to think. Okay, here is Jasmine Knutson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Knutson. My dad is from Huna, and my grandma. Oh, is that better? Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Knutson. I'm from the Seattle community, born and raised there. My dad is from Huna. My grandma is also from Huna here at Knutson. She adopted me into Angoon. So my Tlingit name is Ka Tisak, and I am currently enrolled in college right now. I'm majoring in interior design. And I would really like to design spaces for the Native community. And this is one of the, I think, great opportunities to be really involved with the community by using my degree for helping the community back and making spaces for Native communities like gyms, all those places. In my quest to promote Indigenous visibility and perspectives, I am also a contestant for the Miss Indian Northwest pageant. My My interest for passion and leadership and cultural activism and and empowering Native youth have been further sparked by this experience. I want to use this platform to encourage people to be proud of who they are and seek out chances for personal development and strength within our communities. As a youth ambassador, my ultimate goal is to encourage pride, resilience, and ancestors past while fostering a prosperous future for our community for fusing traditional wisdom with modern opportunities. And that is why I would like to be selected for the community leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, we will be moving on to the voting part. And we'll be doing a mock election.
Got mine. That went to. So we have to have, you can ask, some people have audit cards, and it's not allowing them to put in their elector ID at first. So I can use it someone else. So they're gonna probably have, some of them might have problems, because I'm trying to punch that in and it's not going. So if you can let them know that if they can't enter their elector ID, let us know.
Okay. Okay, on your card, the one that I forgot at my chair, it has elector ID. Some are not being allowed to push the number in. So if you are having a problem with that, please raise your hand and somebody will try and help you. Okay, we are also having problems with the Wi-Fi, so this is being worked on by IT.
Call. Mm. Ooh. Oh, my network um dropped off, but my Wi-Fi's still going.
All the power up there.
I know that cracked me up when I first opened. I'm like,
Is that a picture of Brangle?
Elephant's nose. Oh,
Oh, I see it. I see it.
very cool. Lucuzzi.
Yesterday when Shirley Kendall was talking about just responding to role, or actually not responding, but just kind of stating that she was having trouble like getting people to return calls to her, but she was like, I don't hear too many chiefs. Like she was saying something about like, yeah, like I didn't know we had any chiefs or something like that. And then she said yuck. I don't know what yuck means.
Good.
It's good. Okay. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. That's good. Okay.
Hello. Just a refresher,
Um,
we are in elections and right now we can't do anything. So all of the talking is fine, but please remember that you cannot interact with the election committee. Right now, we're off something. Uh,
Okay.
so our internet is down. Is how many I was able to get on? Is anybody not on? Okay, they're still working on it. It's GCI, the internet service. So take a break. We haven't started. Yeah, just take a 20-minute break.
They said it's back on, so. It is back on, so we just go in there and have it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're waiting. Does anybody have anything they want to brag about? Complain about? Lament?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Any juicy gossip?
Madam Chair. If I could have the privilege of the floor, I'm not a delegate, but our young sergeant at arms just had a birthday 2 days ago. Jason Wilson. I know the elder ladies like him, but I hate to tell it, he's catching up to you.
I'd say, do we get to spank him? My daughter says, don't let me hug you if it's your birthday because I will turn around and spank you.
Madam Committee Chair, I move that we each get one spank for the birthday boy. Madam Chair, I did want to make an announcement. The next Herring Kuik in Sitka is going to be May 10th at the Sitka A&B Founders Hall. So come one, come all. But make sure to bring an extra bag for some herring eggs. It was a good spawn this year, thankfully. But May 10th in Sitka at the Sitka A&B Founders Hall.
Thank you.
They move it to Centennial. It was announced on Founders, but Centennial, is that the correction? We'll find out. They're not too far from each other, so.
Does anybody need a breakfast? We're doing last call. Raise your hand. Jackie?
I just wanted to make an announcement too. I just wanted to turn around and say hi to Bill Martin, who's online watching us. So everybody wave to Bill Martin. He wishes he was here. He watched us yesterday too.
Do we have any introductions? Okay, could you raise your hand if you are not online? Okay, we still have a few. That we can turn around and wave at wherever the camera is for the people who are on the web.
That's why okay. I said, good. Good, you are crazy. He expected a standard.
Does anyone have a new delegate they would like to introduce? Is anybody awake out there?
Good morning. Donna Ray James, San Francisco Clinkerton Haida president. I would just like to go and introduce our board real quick. We have a couple new ones. Actually, we'll do something else because Heidi is out, but we're really excited to have Heidi on board with us. We have 5 of our board that are in the Sacramento area. So we're really excited with our new office that's going to be opening within the next month, we're hoping. And so we'll be excited to have our grand opening and all of that and see different tribal citizens come and visit us down in California. This is Heidi. Troy was with us last year, and Troy, and then we have Emily. So we're really excited to have some new faces on our board, and we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Don't forget our raffle. We have a lot of great things. We have a hat, we have some olives, we have some wood burning, some earrings. Make sure you stop by. And I'm going to let Christine introduce our next ones.
Hello, I'm Christine Silva Moliere, delegate from San Francisco Community Council. Loud.
Yes.
Sorry, she said I wasn't loud enough. I'm Christine Silva Moliere from San Francisco Community Council. And this year, we're very excited to introduce our tribal youth ambassadors. We have 2. I'm going to start with Anahea Rivas. She's my niece, my sister's granddaughter. And then we have Devin Hannon, who is Donna Ray's youngest son. And we are very excited to have them join us here in session this year to learn about how our governance is run and all of us setting great examples for our youth, because I think it's very important that we bring the young in, because if we don't, we can't carry on these traditions, right? So we are very happy to have both of them with us this year.
Thank you.
Veronica Dalton, Huna delegate. I'd like to introduce our new delegate, Amelia Wilson. Also, I'd like to introduce my mother, Lillian Hillman. She's in the elders table in the back there. I don't think know if she's listening, right? And also introduce my daughter, Michelle Martin, Juneau delegate. And tomorrow is her birthday.
Thank you.
Geez, no wonder, it's all way up here. Hello, my name is Daphne Albee, Seattle delegate. I'd like to introduce our new delegate, Phoenix Johnson. She is serving her first time as a delegate. I'd also like to welcome back returning delegates, Brandon Mayer and Connie Simpson. And then the Seattle Community Council is also having a raffle. This is to support our scholarship and to support our general fund. We have a $500 first prize. We've got amazing items that have been donated: drums, vests, earrings, you name it, we've got it. $5 for 6 tickets. And I know you all have your per diem. So we're ready to take a little bit of that per diem and help support our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I also wanted to recognize our new youth ambassador, Jasmine, and the one that was just nominated for emerging leader. We are so happy to have our youth ambassadors, and all of our youth ambassadors have moved on to run as delegates and continue to support our tribe. So Gunachish.
You almost went over 3 minutes. We have an announcement right now. And just if you find a silver earring, could you please turn it in to Jason?
Yeah, hello, I'm Harriet B. Leo, Maicedo, delegate from Sitka. And my clan is Aquan. I'd like to introduce our clan leader, Fran Houston, in the back there. Fran Houston. Yeah. Okay. And Lori Cropley, who was in Anchorage as our delegate for a long time. Lori Cropley. Yeah. And Rose Brown from Sitka, Wilbur Brown Swamp. She's in the audience too. Yeah, yeah. Stand up, please. Yeah. And Mrs. Delbert Kadek is back there too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, I have my great granddaughter Madison here, who has been sisterhood since she was 2 years old, but she's not in the hall right now, but she loves being with the Anchorage group a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a comment from Shirley.
Shirley Kendall from Anchorage. I'd like to introduce my granddaughter, Colinda. She's named after my brother, Kelly. So she is a store manager for Safeway, one of the Safeway stores in Anchorage. And she took time off to come to assist me. And she's helping out with Gilbert Stokes and I. So I hope you can give her a good welcome. Thank you, Gunatish.
After Ben, the little intros will be closed. Go ahead.
I just want to give a shout out to all my friends out there. My wife is watching. That's one. And the other one is Kurt, and he has no internet. Just kidding.
Thank you. We do have an announcement, so I will let Clinton make that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could ask the HUNA delegation to come forward, Veronica, Amelia, and Frank. Thank you. It was brought to our attention that the community of HUNA lost an elder yesterday. Eunice Glover, her maiden name was Cartidi, passed in HUNA yesterday. As we do, we'd like to show our strength to the community of HUNA and ask for a moment of silence for Miss Glover. Thank you. We will find an appropriate time after elections so we can pass the hat around for the family. Thank you. The chair has gave permission to, we can go ahead and start the passing of the hat now. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone who does not have their internet? We have one that's not signed in yet. I see his mouth moving, but I can't hear anything.
There was one. Is there anyone who is not signed in? Raise your hand. Okay, there's one. You know, I never think it's wrong to pass the hat, because when you think about our history, that's what our great grandparents did. They passed the hat so that they could become Tlingit and Haida. Is there anyone who is not signed in? I see one. A reminder, only delegates and floor workers should be on the floor. We're almost ready. We will be going right into our mock voting.
You want to see the result? You can put it on the screen. Okay. You know the plurality.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah.
We'll wait till you, once you close it, then we'll wait till now and we'll just put it on the screen.
Not the right one.
Maybe one more.
Mhm.
I've only got $25 worth more.
Is anyone not signed in? Seeing no hands, we will commence with the voting. And right now, what we will be doing is a mock vote.
Ballot is not open yet, so that as soon as the ballot's open, they'll see it. They aren't seeing anything just yet.
Okay.
You want to open the ballot now? Okay, ballot open.
Go ahead.
Ballots are open now.
Yeah, the ballots are open.
Tell me when I have to go sit down.
Please be seated. Mhm. Okay, has anyone not voted? If you don't see your ballot, hit the refresh. Has anyone not voted? Okay, I see one. Has anyone not voted? I see one. Has anyone not voted? Okay. even though this is taking a long time, you know, it's a lot faster than it used to be. And I think some of you remember the first time we ever went from counting ballots to something remotely fast. You were not allowed to leave the room. We were on lockdown. Regardless of what your restroom needs were. So has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed.
The Ravens were 57.
For any of you who can't see it, the Ravens are at 50.9%. 57. And the Eagles are at 55.
Majority.
So majority. As much as I do not want to say this, majority rules. Okay, that was our mock. Remember that, that was only a mock. We will now open. We will now open the ballots.
This is the next one coming up.
Mhm.
But she's got, give her a few minutes to spin the ballot.
Okay. We are now going to be doing the Associate Justice ballot. And the candidates are Adam Krippel, Barbara Lee, Deborah O'Gara, Mary Ferguson, and Roberta Wolf.
We're ready.
Okay. So the ballots are open. Vote for only one. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Okay, I see one. Has anyone not voted? Okay, I see one. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Seeing none, ballot one is closed. So are we going to put it up on the screen?
As soon as you give her the nod.
Okay. The results will be put up on the screen. $58 needed. We did not seat an associate justice, and we will continue on to ballot 2. Yeah. We have Deborah O'Gara, 56, Adam Crapell, 26, Roberta Wolf, 21, Mary Ferguson, 9, Barbara Lee, 2. Yes,
Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I'd like to request a 3-minute caucus break.
a caucus has been requested, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm sure, yeah.
Hey, you guys, this isn't supposed to be that much fun.
Tell me if you need anything else. I didn't touch it.
Back in order? Okay, we will go on now to ballot 2 for the Associate Justice. Ballots are ready. Vote for 1. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Okay, I see one. Has anyone not voted? I see that. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed. $58 needed. Deborah O'Gara, 74. Adam Crapell, 23. Roberta Wolf, 13. Barbara Lee, 3. Mary Ferguson, 2. We have seated Associate Judge Deborah O'Gara. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to thank everybody for the support. And most importantly, I want to thank the other 4 candidates who ran for this position. One thing I didn't have a chance to say in my 3 minutes yesterday was that this is really a milestone this year because of how many people put their names in for this position. I remember years when we would have to go out and seek somebody to take the seats because people were not interested in doing that. And now we've got a court that is a stellar court, and we've got folks that are interested in serving. So I want to thank all of the candidates for doing that, and for Adam for stepping in this last year when there was a vacancy. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with Justice Lair and Justice Fairbanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Want to see what that was gonna be.
Okay, we will now be doing the voting for the Delegate Citizen of the Year. Ballots are opened and vote for one.
Move to approve the results of the Associate Justice vote. Asha Ingridge.
It has been moved to accept the results of the voting and seconded.
Question.
Call for the question. All those in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carried. Ballot 3 will be for the Delegate Citizen of the Year. And this is a plurality vote. On the ballot for Delegate Citizen of the Year, has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed. Again, this is plurality. The results are not posted, but we have seated Florentino Tiny Baril Sr.
Tasha Hodge Ingridge move to accept the election report for Tribal Citizen Delegate of the Year.
It's been moved and seconded. Any objection? No objection, so ruled. Our next ballot will be for the emerging leader.
Not open yet.
Madam Chair,
Name and community.
Selena Coughlin, Selena Coughlin, Seattle Community. I would just like to take a moment to thank all those who voted in support of Florentino Tiny Baril for Citizen of the Year.
Thank you.
So that one, we added that in. Okay.
Okay, for the emerging leader, we have Espen James, Guy Bean, and Jasmine Knudsen. The ballots are now open. Please vote for one. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? I see one. Has anyone not voted? Is there one? Has anyone not voted? Okay, I see it. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed. Again, this is plurality. We will not be giving out the results, the numbers. The results are Jasmine Knutson has been seated. The and the emerging leader up for swearing in. Name and community.
Juliana Smith, Anchorage. I move to accept the result of this election, emerging.
I'm sorry, I can't.
She's moving to accept. Yeah, emerging leader.
It's been moved to accept. Been seconded. Any objection? Seeing none, so moved. This concludes our election. And I would like to thank all of the election committee. They are now released. I will now turn this over to our president. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to
Permission to
recognize.
speak? Permission to speak?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, again. Thank you for selecting me as your next emerging leader for 2025 to 2026. I'm super grateful and selected for this opportunity, and I know that this experience will be life-changing with Clink and Haida. Ganeshtish.
Thank you, Jasmine. To ask again, those that need to be sworn in, if they would please come up to the stage here. President Peterson will swear in and do the oath of office for the Associate Justice and emerging leader. Can you? Here, there, yes, up here. I'll stand over here. Want to be out of the way. Oh, yeah, guys, raise your hand. I've always wanted to have swear.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll start with Deb and then. Did you talk about interior design? All right. I state your name.
I, Deborah O'Gara,
Do solemnly swear that I
solemnly
will
swear
bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Central Council of Clinton Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska,
to the allegiance to the Central Council
Sorry, I think I'm being nudged. To allegiance to the Central Council of Clinton Haida
To the allegiance of Central Council of Clinton Haida,
Indian Tribes of Alaska
Indian Tribes of Alaska,
and its tribal citizens,
and its tribal citizens,
that I will support the Constitution
that I'll swear to the Constitution
of Clinton Haida,
of Clinton Haida,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. Yes. Everybody just- So everybody should stand
Okay.
when you're swearing in.
Does everybody want to stand for the swearing in? Okay. I state your name,
I, Jasmine Knutson,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear truth, faith,
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Central Council of Clinton Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska,
to the
Central Council,
to the Central Council of
Clinton Haida
Clinton Haida
Indian Tribes of Alaska,
Indian Tribes of Alaska,
and its tribal citizens,
and its tribal citizens,
that I will support the Constitution of Clinton Haida,
that I will support the Constitution of Clinton Haida,
and that I will faithfully
faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office upon which
of the office upon which
I am about to serve.
I'm about to serve.
So help me God.
So
Congratulations. It's like paparazzi. You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's always wonderful when we get done with the elections, and I just felt it was like, I don't know if you were watching over in the Juno group, but we were thoroughly entertained by our elders in the front row helping each other on the electronics. And it was just so fun to see how much joy they were having helping each other out. So thank you. Now we are, first, before we get started on the business of the day, I do want to make another announcement. There was $902.25 donated for the family of Eunice Glover from Huna this morning. So thank you all for your contributions. And I'm sure the family appreciates that effort.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair. Sorry, I meant to try to take the privilege while I was up there, but can I have privilege of the floor for a special announcement?
Yes.
It was brought to my attention that we're celebrating the 90th year of, I should stand, and my apologies, of Central Council. We should also recognize that we have 4 delegates that are also at 90 or above. And that's Mary Lekinoff, Harriet Boyle, Shirley Kendall, and Gil Stokes. Can we all give them a great big round of applause? You can imagine at the formation of Central Council that it was probably their parents and their families that were fighting for us. So Etling Glenkshish, Tahawa to you all. And 90 looks pretty good on you.
Thank you. We are now going to be moving into the committee of the whole, and I'd invite those that are coming up to assist us. The chair would entertain a motion by unanimous consent to commit the Constitution Committee report to the Committee of the Whole for the reading of the Constitution Committee report, provided that the reading is committed from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's now 9:48, so we're within the time frame, to 5 p.m. Provided further that the reading shall be followed by discussion. The committee report shall only be the only business of the Committee of the Whole for during the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. or 9:48 to 5 p.m. The intent of the Committee of the Whole is that all delegates have the same information going into Friday's session. After that report is read, caucusing is allowable for discussion. And in that committee, discussion can also occur without a pending motion. In other words, the committee of the whole allows for informal debate. This is an opportunity to ask clarifying questions of the committee report. So once again, to just summarize this, I will be asking for a motion by unanimous consent to commit to the reading of the Constitution Committee report for the Committee of the Whole. When we go into the Committee of the Whole, we will have, the report will be read. We will be able to have caucuses, and we will be able to also have informal discussion, asking for clarifying questions of the report. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Ken Sutherland, Gino.
Okay, that was a motion by unanimous consent. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we are now in the Committee of the Whole. So as the Committee of the Whole, now I would like to turn it over to our committee, Constitution Committee Chair, Will Micklin, for the reading of the report. And Maddie Sopoloff Levy for assisting. Five minutes while they set up. And while they do that, just little reminders. In your packets, you all received the red line strikeout version. This might be handy for you to pull out at this time. You also received an email yesterday afternoon for those who prefer to use their computers and look at it electronically. So you all delegates should have received an email with the same documents so that you can have them in front of you. And if anybody needs help accessing either one for questions, let us know. Thank you. Since you're the chair of the committee of the whole, then I don't have to. We'll deal with things or will I'll stand up here and still do it.
I think we can do it, but you'll need to do question, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Or if there's a motion.
Okay, okay. But yeah, so I'll be right here. I'll be right here. I mean, down here.
Might need.
Yeah, which is fine.
Probably one more.
Yeah, it would be good. If anybody doesn't have their printed version and would like a printed version, we do have extra copies. Just raise your hand and they'll be delivered to your, okay, need a copy right here. Anybody else want a printed, there's 3 back there in the Seattle area. Yeah, leave your hands raised. Yep, 4 or 5, yep. We'll get those copies to you and over here too, and with James. That was a good thing to ask. Yes. So raise your hand again for those who wanted a printed version, right up here in front row, over here in this front row. And then we have, I think there were 3 in the row right there with her hand raised right there. I know. Okay. Right there, go right back there. See the, yeah, the yellow shirt. There was a couple in that row. Is there anybody else who wanted to have a hard copy of the, that didn't bring their bag with them that has it in it? Anybody else need a copy of the Constitution? Thank you. Hey, Maddie, we're ready for you. I should say that. Oh. Thank you. Start at 10, so I think we're good. Yeah, that's fine. This is just your warning. We'll start at 10. So gives you 3 minutes, just to let you know, at 10. Yes.
You get up to the mic.
No, you're good here.
Madam Chair.
We're not going to start till 10.
I know.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to let the body know and to let our tribal citizens know that two of our delegates from Seattle, I'm Jessica Elopre, Shikakada'u, Canteen from Seattle. We have two of our delegates, Stephanie Masterman and Eliza Domini, who are at our Linwood office watching and participating in tribal assembly. If any of our tribal citizens are in the area around the Linwood office in the Seattle area and would like to participate and watch tribal assembly, they do have it on the large screen, and they are welcoming tribal citizens to the Linwood office to watch and participate in tribal assembly there.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. And that's all reminding us that we have some of our delegates online. Thank you. It is now 10 o'clock. It is time for us to start the committee of the whole as directed with our chairman, Will Micklin. And I just want to let you know that Maddie gave me a reassuring statement. She said the first beginning's the easy part. It's only 95 pages, guys. So I hope you got your rest while you took your little break. All right. Will Micklin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will Micklin, San Francisco delegate and chair of the Constitution Committee. And I want to begin by thanking the members of the Constitution Committee who, through their contribution of time and effort and really persistence, contributed to the report that is being read to you today. Veronica Dalton. So if you can just raise your hand when I say your name. Veronica Dalton, Nathan Lopez, Martha Malott, Jackie Peda, Keenan Sanderson, Ken Sutherland, Andrew Strobel, Karen Togg. Thank you. The efforts of the committee were profound and meaningful. And I think as we progress through the reading of the report, that you'll appreciate the magnitude of their contributions. And that effort, I must say, was made possible through the support of the Office of the President, who made available to us the General Counsel, Madeline Soboleff-Levy, and her colleagues with the for assisting the General Counsel. And thank you, Maddie, for all of those efforts. She does have the 90-page part of the reading of the report. Funny how that works out when you're chairman. So I will begin in introducing Maddie for her discussion for a readout of the technical amendments that I will first preface her presentation with a discussion about the charge to the committee and how it was prosecuted through analysis, through a rigorous discussion and debate amongst the committee members, seeking unanimous consent or a consensus in all matters that we could possibly achieve, and actually structured the report so that we could achieve consensus on all but one the last of the proposals, which was a majority, and we'll get to that. So just as a starting point, the president appointed the committee after the tribal assembly. You authorized the committee's formation and to present a report to tribal assembly. This is the reading of that report. It having been received by tribal assembly is now read. Once read, it is ready, would be ready for consideration by tribal assembly tomorrow morning or throughout the day as time is necessary to consider that report and either adopt, reject, or amend and adopt that report as is the will of tribal assembly. The once charged by the office of the president with this duty, the committee assembled. We had 14 committee meetings. We had 3 listening sessions with delegates that can listen to delegates with their point of view for the framing questions that were presented. Those framing questions were not proposals. They were was a method of soliciting points of view from delegates about considerations from the material that we were analyzing to help us better form the proposals that is the in the report as recommendations by motion to tribal assembly that you have in your packet. So where do you begin with a task that big? It's a heavy weight to carry. And for that to, as you know, as anyone that's putting up a totem pole with that heavy weight, you need some organization, you need some effort in unity to carry that weight. And in that, we determined, we set about reviewing subject matter material that spoke to governance, yes, government activities and authorities, yes, but in particular, the indigenous peoples' traditional governing approach and the interpretation of those approaches or the modification of them based on the dominant society's imposition of constraints on indigenous peoples, tribes, First Nations, by requiring them to follow certain practices. So in particular of impact to US tribes and to Alaska tribes was the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. 1936 applied to the Alaska Territory, and in that a template constitution that you can see not just in Alaska, but throughout the lower 48. It is a easily recognizable template that provides the provisions of governance for tribes. That was the product of mainstream society, not of us, and that tribes have began with accepting in whole, in large part, but also since 1934, adapting those governing documents, those constitutions and bylaws and rules arising therefrom, adapting those to their point of view, to their indigenous practices, and trying to merge them. And from that, in a gap analysis, just determining where we needed to go and what steps we needed to take. In analyzing the material at hand, we came up with the guiding principles, which were union. And this is in your packet on, I'm not looking at the page 1. I'm at page 1 already. Wow. the structure of the government itself and and its priorities as set forward, that is in many instances because of the context of the time, often included societies, indigenous societies of different character. So you see that with reservations in the lower 48, where there are a number of tribes or confederated tribes. They weren't there by their own will. They were relocated to those locations within the reservation boundaries and required to govern themselves under a governing document that included different nations, different tribes, bands of tribes and societies. So for us, it's Tlingit and Haida. And so that union means that we are governing ourselves under a single organic document or charter as the Constitution that we then, since that time, adapted for our purposes. We'll address more on that after the discussion of principles. Another principle being the citizens as the source of power, and there are certain concerns or language within that makes clear the definition of who is the governing body, and ultimately how is that power, that is the authority of the people of that tribe, or in our instance, Tlingit and Haida, to govern themselves either directly or through a Republican form of government where representatives are elected, and those representatives therefore organize themselves to further the interests of their society. That leads to the structure of the government, which really is a breakdown of how that governing authority is mediated between the representatives and the people. And that commonly is, as you'll see in the list, defining the extent of the authority or its scope, the separation of powers for offices within the governance. Typically, that's the courts, the executive branch, and the legislative branch. Oftentimes, it can be unicameral, where there's just an executive and a legislative function as a part of that. It can be bicameral, where there's a legislative function and there may be different legislative functions like a upper house or a lower house, or a House and a Senate, as in the US government, and an executive branch. So typically, in most forms, you see it as legislative, executive, and judicial function. Those are all accounted for within the structure of government. And finally, the governmental officials that lead those offices of authority. I mentioned the election from the representative body, which from the tribal citizens, which is the Republican form of government. So we, as does the United States, from its citizens, elects a legislative body or a governing body. Tribal assembly is elected from amongst its citizens from communities, and other tribes do the same in varying forms. So that that was one of the principles. Another, the interpreting the Constitution. There is language that we have a care to look at, which Maddie will be going over, that speak to supremacy, meaning whose laws or transcendent or have precedent over another, particularly where there are communities or subsidiary bodies or instrumentalities of a tribe, community council, communities, and their councils are instrumentalities of Tlingit and Haida. So those are forms of government that we reviewed. The we looked at how constitutions were developed, and for us was looking at the traditional clan systems, some and through that to the A&B A&S with its formation, the A&B A&S being the authority that authorized and progressed the litigation against the United States that was authorized by the 1935 Jurisdiction Act, where the United States provided a limited waiver of its sovereign immunity and allowed a claim by Tlingit and Haida in the Court of Claims that resulted in the 1959 decision that recognized the Aboriginal Indian lands of Tlingit and Haida and authorized compensation. And on appeal, the decision in 1968 from the Court of Claims that authorized the compensation for Tlingit and Haida. And in that, the recognition of the tribe. And through that effort, with the 1959 decision upheld with the 1968 ruling, was legislation in the U.S. Congress. So in 1965 and 1968, there was legislation that approved the rules of election for Tlingit and Haida. So all of this goes towards how did we get to where we are. We reviewed the constitutions of Tlingit and Haida, beginning with the earliest, what was the earliest we looked at? 68, I think. In the 60s. There was a number of constitutions that changed progressively and incrementally from the earliest ones that we could find. So that review was a part of the analysis in determining the development of the Constitution. And finally, looking for effective governance. We look to those provisions and affiliated with tribes that are, I think, could be represented or accepted as successful tribes, successful in their governance, both in Alaska and outside. So looking at language that has been successful by its effect, not just domestically within the tribe's homelands, but also externally where tribes were challenged and defended challenges against their identity, against their rights, privileges, and immunities as tribes, as indigenous peoples, and their eligibility for the trust relationship, the government relationship with the United States. So all those factors were considered or were identified through the guiding principles. And with that, we conducted a comparative review of all of the documents affiliated with those principles, many of which I just mentioned. And in addition to the both the academic articles we looked at, we looked at numerous constitutions. I think, well, I know I read about every constitution I could get my hands on and provided a subset of, because many are very similar. So taking a representative sample of those that stood the test of success and effectiveness and presented those to the committee members for review and for doing a comparative analysis with the guiding principles as the benchmark and applying that to our Constitution. So each of those areas, each of the principles that I mentioned we applied to the Constitution and broke it down article by article to see which of those articles and sections were implicated by those principles, one or more, and made lists of those and cut and pasted the Constitution so that they would fall under those principles, and began an analysis of various constitutions that were also implicated by these principles, and did a side by side for each of those other constitutions and our Constitution, as well as referencing as foundation the academic articles that really interpreted these questions on the basis of prior histories. The comparative review was supplemented where we received a wonderful time with President Emeritus Edward K. Thomas, who spoke to us about his history with Tlingit and Haida in his service as president. And I don't see Ed right now, but that was a wonderfully informative session with President Emeritus Thomas, who brought his knowledge in having served 27 or more years with as president of Tlingit and Haida, and all the folks that he knew that contributed to the Tlingit and Haida governance over those many years. We also heard from, had a wonderful session with Cherokee Nation Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin Jr. Chuck is a renowned tribal leader in Indian country and has led the Cherokee Nation to tremendous success. He was also the leader of the constitutional effort where Cherokee Nation amended their constitution previously, and just coincidentally was when we talked to him in the process of preparing to lead Cherokee Nation into a second amendment, significant amendment of their constitution. So he had a wonderful, insightful perspective on our effort, and I think provided a great deal of insight from a tribal leader that has dealt with these issues and the needs of his tribal citizens in accomplishing what they felt were needed improvements, modernization of their governing documents to meet the challenges at hand. We also spoke with Professor Carrie Stevens from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, who is a scholar that teaches and writes on these matters, and that was a wonderful session with her as well. I've taken one or I don't remember, it was two, at least one class with her, and it was really an excellent experience. And her message to the committee was incredibly helpful. So I just want to, before I hand it off to Maddie, just give a little more description. So, for example, on the territory and jurisdiction among our principal, applying the principles, the guiding principles, we broke down the Constitution. So looking at questions like structure of government, under union as the first principle. I'll start at the top. We looked at our Constitution and broke it down, and we applied the questions of the citizens. Who are the citizens? How do the citizens provide their authority to affect its governance, and how is it reflected in the Constitution and the rules of election? We looked at derived and inherent powers as a component of that, and the scope of authority. So if you look under structure of government, scope of authority, we applied that to the Constitution. So in that example, we having parsed out that question within the Tlingit Haida Constitution, we looked to the Osage Nation Constitution, we looked to Tulalip tribes, Chickasaw Nation, Snoqualmie, Mashantucket Pequot, Prairie Island Community, Citizen Potawatomi Nation, Swinomish Community, and the Kenaitze Indian Community. So that's a subset of the total list of tribes that we had, but those are the ones who had provisions within their constitutions that we thought were comparable to Tlingit and Haida. So we cut and pasted from their constitution the language that they used and compared it to the language in Tlingit Haida Constitution and determined where that language was, we thought, effective and how it compared to the effectiveness of Tlingit and Haida. And I will say that in the final analysis, those persons that originally developed the Tlingit Haida Constitution and the rules of election were real experts. Their language, although as you'll see, is available to modernization and clarification and improvement, particularly for current context and the challenges that we know we have experience, we're now experiencing, that we expect to continue in the future, bears some improvement, which you see as proposed revisions. In large part, the language held up really well. So although you see a lot of what looks like red line and underlines and strikeouts in it, in the end, it is, although significant improvements, it's not a complete substitution. The language in our Constitution, I think, held up really well. But as I said, in reviewing how other tribes have prosecuted their governance and defended themselves through modernization, in particular, of their language, in our comparative review, we found a number of instances where the language could bear improvement so it is clear and what power is asserted and exercised is clearly stated and not assumed. There are a number of instances where our powers that we always considered we had and exercised was not clearly stated, so we were more like interpreting that authority. So in some instances, we have language which makes clear that power is ours, that authority is ours, and this is how we exercise it. So we did that for that exercise for using the guiding principles, using the foundation of interpretation of these questions and the source material from other tribes throughout the Constitution, and resulted in the revisions that will be read to you by Maddie, and also a reorganization of some sections. And in that instance, throughout for that total effort for the what we are calling the technical amendments, it is substantial as to form and effect, but it, in our view, does not change substantially any authority that exists within the Constitution today, or that you have authorized by prior revisions to the Constitution. So the where, for instance, where governing body is used within the Constitution, it in its existing form appears without definition in the first instance. So you should always define a term in its first appearance. Therefore, you know what it is, and then later on, as it is repeated, you can understand that term from the first instance. So we had to clarify that in some instances. We had to make sure that it was clear who the governing body was. Sometimes there are some potential confusion about whether it's the executive council or whether it's the tribal assembly or whether the office of the president is exercising an executive authority. It doesn't change it, but it provides more concise language that we think better supports our claims of authority, rights, privileges, and immunities, which is the intent of the Constitution. So that effort was done throughout. It was a process where we went through and did a first pass on that language, and where we had immediate undisputed consent that there were certain revisions that were appropriate. We agreed upon that. And then where there was more consideration required, more thought, more development of the question, we reserved that for future discussion. So in our process, we didn't just on a first impression agree to much of anything. We first did our homework. We first reviewed source materials. We reviewed other constitutions. We looked at language. And in our meetings, we applied that to the provisions as we ordered them in our cutouts of the Tlingit-Haida Constitution. And what was obvious, we agreed to, but that wasn't a lot. And much of it we reserved for future discussion, which meant we thought about it some more and went through that analysis again. So by that, I'm conveying to you that this was a rigorous review and analysis. It was based on the making safe and defensible and clearly exercised the authority of our governing document, which is our Constitution, intimately associated with our rules of election for representation, but in the first instance, the Constitution. So it stands up to today's challenges and makes clear that this is the tool we have as our most important guidelines for all that we do, all that you do as the tribal assembly, as the representative, the governing body of Tlingit and Haida. So this went on between meetings. Between each of these meetings, this was the progression that we made throughout the Constitution. And we reserved for the end the representation, the rules of election for election and allocation, apportionment of delegates. We knew that to be a more political question, but just the absolute review of just the language based on authorities was the technical effort, which is the 95 pages that Maddie's gonna walk you through in the readout. But I just want to impress on you that that was a very deliberative effort based on the narrow but understood authority that the Tribal Assembly granted to the Constitution Committee, which was to review the Constitution for amendments that would improve its utility and its execution by you, the Tribal Assembly. It was not based on saving dollars. We thought the effect in representation may result in if there is a determination by Tribal Assembly to change the allocation of delegates, that would result in fewer delegates, that would be in a savings. But with that, but especially for the technical amendments, efficiencies had nothing to do with the analysis. It had everything to do with the guiding principles, the authorities, and the comparative analysis of where these provisions were put to good effect in other instances and measured against our own culture and society. This is our Tlingit and Haida governing documents. It is not the Department of Interior or United States governing documents. It may have begun with that, with the IRA of 1934, 1936, but this is the Constitution belongs to you. It's written by you, authorized by you, and we think these revisions make it ever more useful in its execution and representation by you, the tribal assembly. So that's my explanation of how the committee went about its review, its charge from the tribal assembly, and the resulting amendments put forward to you for your consideration. And I thank you for your patience in that. And I will now turn this over to Maddie, unless there's any questions in the interim. Cecilia.
Delegate. I do have a question. You mentioned all these other tribes where you reviewed their constitution. We all know we have many brothers and sisters on the Canada side. Are they organized? Do we know? Do we know how many are over there? Did you consider taking a look at how they're organized, their constitution? That's my question. Thank you.
I did. There's a book called Eagle Down is Our Law, which is a treatise on the First Nations lawmaking and adjudication process in modern terms. However, Canada has a different regime, which is dissimilar from ours. Many are traditional systems, many are clan-based systems, and some are not really intended to be written, although a good part of it is put to that. So in that effort, I began that review and just found that it would be a real lift in trying to translate the First Nations to our effort. So I think some principles were supported in how similar the really the value of rights are and indigenous rights are from the First Nations people. As you mentioned, many are our people, so that it is similar, but it is so heavily influenced by the Dominion of Canada and the province or the territory to appear in a different way than the United States has done with the tribes within its boundaries. So we made the effort, but I think my choice was to not pursue it just because it would be such a tremendous effort to try and translate one to the other. So excellent question. I thought about that a great deal. Thank you.
Crystalline Lemieux, Anchorage Delegate. I have a question just about the selection of the Constitution Committee. It's my understanding that you did a lot of due diligence, but I'm wondering why there wasn't a representative from each community if we were going to do our due diligence.
The president appoints the committee members. We had delegates from additional communities from Sitka and Anchorage, and however they didn't persist through the committee process. So we had a few more than we ended up with 3 less than what we started out with. But I believe the intent was to have a good representation from all communities, if not all communities.
I think my next question is, how can we move to have representation from each community if we're going to change something that should be difficult to change so that we can protect future generations?
So under parliamentary procedure, a body, when it finds a task that is difficult for the entire body to analytically consider and draw and that results in an effective product, uses the committee form. So the committee is intended to not to represent the entire body, but takes on the charge that it is vested with by the tribal, by the governing body to do the work over a period of time and then report back to the committee with a representation of the analysis conducted and that the product is received and read for full understanding by that body. And then the governing body determines whether it's sufficient or not. But oftentimes there are questions that just would not be logistically reasonable for the entire body to consider and move to a final product. We are in a committee of the whole now because this is a good venue for everyone to act in the informality of a committee to review a finished product. But in its development, it would be unlikely to be successful if everyone were a member of that committee. But that's just the theory under parliamentary procedure and Robert's rules is there's a role for committees, and that's a role. I'm not arguing with you on whether or not that was sufficient.
I think my last question is, how is that rooted in our values? On the first page of this technical amendments, it says that whatever changes we make need and must be rooted in our culture. And so I just challenge the executive committee to consider, how is this rooted in our values? How does that reflect our values? And why are we taking on Western values over our own cultural values? And the thing is, yeah, I see your point, but how is that cultural? And I think only having one representative from each community is not asking for a lot, especially when you had 3 people who couldn't even attend the meetings regularly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say that all the members of the committee were delegates. We're Tlingit or Haida. We carry our culture with us. So we are not Western representatives. We are our culture. So the product is is sourced from that point of view. And we very intentionally took the point of view and structured the governing principles, not on Western governing principles, but on the indigenous point of view for these governing documents. And without dispute, if we could do our own constitution without concern about our federal partners having having to defend challenges from them or outside parties, that we would have little to do with that Western point of view. But as a matter of fact, that they are the dominant society. And when we go into court, we're facing them under their rules. And so we need to be cognizant that in our defense, we need to have tools that are suited to that task. So it doesn't mean if our Constitution were just left to our federal partners, it would be an IRA Constitution. There's plenty of those around. But most tribes like us have fashioned them according to our society and our culture. And that was the effort. So thank you. Yeah.
I just want to add one thing is that it's not untypical to have committees formed. And when you take that hat on, whatever it is, even the executive committee, we don't sit in behalf of our community, we sit in behalf of the tribe. And so our job was to be sitting in behalf of the tribe to look at these principles and to come up with recommendations. So we weren't representing our committees, we were representing the work that needed to be done. Thank you. And that is a cultural provision.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was listening. I heard some keywords. I just try to keep up, try to make sure I'm getting all the information being said. One of them was comparative analysis. It was about the tribes that you use their constitutions, right, as a comparable guide. A question that arose from there was, were any of those tribes that you looked at, constitutions that you looked at, were any of them Alaskan tribes? Just a thought, just a question. And that's one. Should I just go down my list?
Well, yeah, we use Kenaitze quite a bit.
Okay.
We found a lot of constitutions in Alaska are just IRA constitutions, not really helpful. But Kenaitze in particular, with the lower 48, we just tried to find those in the first instance that were somewhat similar to Clinton Haida, just based on types of governance and population and distribution and geography and the like. We used really a large number. We had a huge spreadsheet.
All different tribes.
That,
Yeah.
but one thing that we found was there's some consistent language used in expressing the authorities that we were reviewing. And there's a number of law firms and that work in Indian country. And, we know who, we've worked with them for like 30 years. And you can see the language in there that's been tested, not just with tribal communities, but in court on these matters. And you'll see that consistent through a large number of tribes, that mostly those that have the funds to pay for lawyers that are charging anywhere from $500 to $850 an hour on these matters today. So that was, it sounds limiting, but it really isn't, just because we looked at a broad swath and the language led us back to those guiding principles. And but we did find it useful to search for those instances where the language was successful and similar to ours. Our premise was our language is right. That was our first premise, and that it needed to be proven indisputably with consensus from all members that there was better language that served our purposes from other sources, and that source had to be tested and cited in order to be useful.
Okay, thank you. And then the next part was, has Clinton Haida been challenged by any of those federal guidelines that you were kind of planning for? And trying to connect it together. I'm thinking a lot of the tribes in the lower 48, if you will, whose constitutions you looked at, have reservations, right? We don't have reservations, so it just makes me feel like the wording may work, but the lifestyles and the living situation aren't the same. If we don't have a reservation that we can live on, we're all on our own to live on the land. And so it's just some thoughts that came to me. It's not a right and wrong situation. It's like, what are we basing our analysis on? So that's another, and I still have another after.
Thank you. It's a good question. We found the reservation question mostly just in the expression of jurisdiction. And once past that, it really didn't have much effect at all on, whether a tribe had a reservation or not. And, Oklahoma tribes don't have reservations. They have the Oklahoma Indian Act. And, there's a lot of variations. New York has a different kind of land status. So it really wasn't that meaningful. What was the first part of the question? Sorry.
Was that have we been challenged? Was that?
Oh, well, yeah, I
Sorry,
mean,
I
Click
wrote a
has
lot
been,
down. I'm
been in
trying
court a lot. And
for our own
we've withstood that.
questioning.
We've been in court with Douglas Indian Association twice, so,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm glad you're there to handle that situation. I'm just here to make sure that I have the information to share with my people. But I just had one more little part that kind of goes with, and any of the tribes of the constitutions that you looked at for comparison, um, did any of those tribes have tribal members that did not live on their land or with their tribes in their tribal traditional land that were still represented by their tribe?
Yeah, and you'll see in your booklet there, we have a comparative spreadsheet of tribes and their representative elected officials. One thing good to know is that in the lower 48, where there are reservations, there's probably 2 million on reservation, but there's about 3 or 4 million off reservation. The minority of the enrolled population in the lower 48 lives off of the reservation. You know, I'm a San Francisco delegate. I don't know how I got on the Cherokee and the Chickasaw election list, but whenever they have a big election, they have election proctors come out to the state of California to make sure that everybody votes, but they didn't do that for other states because they have such a large population. You know, for us, we had the very concerted form of removal where we had folks that told, you know, if you're going to succeed, you're going to go down to Oakland, California, you're going to go to Los Angeles, California, you're going to go to Seattle, and you're going to get your vocational education down there. And they put our citizens down there, in most instances, without the wherewithal to make it back to their home communities. And so, you know, why do we have such large populations in Washington, Oregon, California, and elsewhere? It's because that's what happened with our relationship with our federal partners. They thought it was in our best interest for us to be elsewhere in many instances. So yes, most every constitution must consider the fact that a significant majority of their enrollment lives outside of the boundaries of the reservation if they have it.
Thank you. And for those very reasons you just said, that, you know, of being sent off without wherewithal to get home is another very reason we need representation equal for all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. The chart is on page 118, and I want to say that these will be the last two comments as we proceed so that we can continue on with the rest of the reading of the report, and then we'll allow for questions again. Thank you.
I don't know if it's a comment or a question, but I'd like to offer maybe in future tribal assemblies, we have two microphones, one for the tall folks and then one for the normal size Tlingit and Haidas. Ganeshish, thank you. Francis Andrews. I have a couple questions on process. First, I'd like to thank you and the Constitution Committee for all of the hard work. In your report out, I didn't hear much about the listening sessions that were hosted and how the information that was shared during those listening sessions and the feedback received from the delegates was processed. So the question for me, and I think it was very unclear as I attended a handful of those, whether those were listening sessions for us to listen to the Constitution Committee share out, or if it was a listening session for the Constitution Committee to hear from the delegates. I think the second part of that would be for those of us that shared during those listening sessions, was there a process for synthesizing that information, taking it back to the work that the Constitution Committee had before it? And then I think the last part of the question would be, is there a report out? Was there a written report from each of those listening sessions on what participants had shared, how it was processed? And that is it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the listening sessions were presented framing questions for delegates to read and then respond to the committee in the listening session. It was not intended for committee members to speak to those questions, and I don't think any did. And so what we heard, which was the intent, was for the committee members to hear from the delegates in their responses to the framing questions or whatever else they wanted to respond to. That was the purpose. There were summaries, notes taken of what the delegate said, and reviewed by the committee, and so for our further review. But it was not, those were not minutes, and we don't intend to share those. We didn't ask permission from those that called in to share their points of view or their names as a part of that process. It was strictly a intramural effort to get a further understanding of what delegates might think about those framing questions, which were in progress considerations by the committee, most of which didn't make it to the end because of what we heard and our further reflection. So that was that process. Go ahead.
Shakakata U, Gainteen, Jessica Lopre, currently representing Seattle. Family is originally from Angoon, Huna, and Sitka. I had a couple of questions. And I thank my Anchorage counterparts for sort of touching on this. In looking at bringing in who we are and our values into the formation of the committee. The questions that I have go along with why were the delegates and or the community not allowed to attend or watch the committee meetings? And why were the committee meetings closed? Even if it were just for us to be able to bear witness and to watch the discussions taking place, why were we not allowed, even as delegates, to listen in, even if we are not participating in the discussion, but to be able to bear witness and to listen? Why were they closed? So those were questions that I had for the committee, but I do thank the committee for their hard work. I know it could not be easy, but those were something that I came up, things that came to my mind, and I would appreciate your thoughts and your concerns and your answers. I'm gonna how
Thank you. Well, the committee members were held virtually, and so a couple of points. One is, it gets kind of unmanageable for virtual meetings to have a whole lot of folks when there's really a smaller number that are intended to be deliberating. And in segue on that term, deliberating, the usual method is when issues of this magnitude, and this is important stuff, we want the free and full consideration of delegates, and having other delegates listen in on those deliberations can be somewhat limiting. We wanted a free and full discussion without where folks may propose approaches that they don't intend to support, but are looking for a discussion, a dialogue with other members of the community. And it could be interpreted that they're, at cross interests with their home community or other communities. And so in order to avoid that, generally these committees of this type are not open to just anyone to come in. And we have the further requirements of the committee members that these are privileged discussions, and that they ought not share other people's point of views. They're free to share their own point of view with anyone that wants to talk about it, but they're not free to share what other people said or thought in the meetings, because they don't really know what was behind their thoughts or their questions in the discussion. Part of this is kind of the Socrates method, where you put out a point of view that could be polarizing or controversial because you want to initiate discussion, informative discussion. It may not be your point of view at all, but so that's really the reason that most of these types of committees, as this one was not open to other delegates participating because of that underlying theory that we want a free, full, wholesome discussion of all things, even things that may be completely out of bounds, but would help inform the analysis and contribute to the final conclusions, which I think it did. We had some great discussions. I mean, I said plenty of things in those meetings that I wouldn't repeat here because I don't believe them, but wanted to get responses from folks. And as you know, when you're in a committee, sometimes you want other folks to speak, and sometimes you're frustrated because you're not hearing everything from everyone. And so one method is just to put out a point where you're pretty sure to get responses. And then that forms it moves along the discussion. So kind of a long-winded answer to say, yeah, it was closed, sorry. But it wasn't because we're trying to hide things from anyone. Everything that the committee agreed to and by consensus is in the report. And you're free to ask any committee member of their views on the report. It's just that they won't be sharing what other people's views were on the report. And that's just part of that process. So with that, I'll hand it over to Maddie for the technical amendments. I have a few.
Good afternoon, if I could or good morning still. If I could have IT's assistance in getting the screen, my computer screen up on the main screen. I think I'm plugged in correctly over here. Turns out I was not plugged in correctly. For the record, I'm not very good at technical things, but there are two cords up here. So thank you very much for your help. Good morning, everyone. As Will Micklin shared, there's just a quick 93 pages to walk through for the first section of the report. And I will certainly do my best to try and be efficient with your time, but also to maintain being informative. And I learned from experience the other day. I'll try and reference the correct page numbers as we walk through the document this morning. So with that, we can begin. For anyone who is referencing the report in their online version, please know that you actually can click on the items in the table of contents and they will bring you to the appropriate section of the document. So the committee engaged in, as you heard, a bit of a fulsome review of Tlingit and Haida's constitution and of the constitutions of many other tribes across the country. And some of those documents are available just through hyperlink. If you look at the last two attachments of the report, there are a couple of tables of information. And if you click on the tribe's name, it should be able to bring you to the tribe's website or a copy of their constitution. There are two tables, one of tribes from Southeast Alaska and one of the ballpark 40 largest tribes in the country. So those documents should be available to everyone. And in the work that the committee did, I actually don't think that Will Micklin was exaggerating when he shared that the spreadsheet was about this big. You really had to scroll through it. The committee found a number of things, and as an attorney, I like to group and classify things. So we have what I am hoping to do is walk through the two different technical amendment red lines, and we'll take the technical amendments part 1 first, and then we'll look at technical amendments part 2. So these technical amendments part 1 start on numbered page 6 of the report, although if you look on the side of the screen there, it's page 8 of the PDF. And throughout this document, we'll walk through the red lines. I do not intend to read this line by line. Like I said, I like to group and classify things to try and make sense of them. And so what we have in the technical amendments package are 4 types of changes, broadly speaking. And the first set of changes are replacement of gendered terms. The second set of changes are improved grammar and punctuation. The third set of changes are an economy of words. And then the fourth set of changes are clarity or precision in expression. So as we walk through this, I'm going to try and highlight what sort of change this is. And then as we continue to encounter those, I won't necessarily reference every single line, but I'm not going anywhere today if there are questions later. So as I said, the first set of changes were consistent use of, actually, believe it or not, of the ampersand. So there were a few stray ANDs between Tlingit and Haida throughout the Constitution, and we believe we have rooted them all out and appropriately deployed the ampersand, including in the title of the Constitution. There were another set of changes was that part of the Constitution and in many other Tlingit and Haida governing documents, you'll see the number written out TWO-THIRD, S, 2/3, and then you'll see a parenthetical 2/3. When you have both of those in a document, there can be some risk of having one item get changed when you're making edits, and then you foster the possibility of errors. So the The technical amendments include striking out all of the parenthetical numbers and relying on the first expression of the number. There were a couple of sentence breaks where in the Constitution where something really was a list of items that are broken out with semicolons. Sentence break is just inappropriate grammar there and inappropriate for the list to be read holistically if a judge were looking at that later. So we took out the second sentence breaks and there were a couple of places where there might have been a missing parenthesis. Now I feel like I just stood up doing the YMCA, but that's how you do it. That's a parenthesis. And for gendered terms, this is something that also exists across many Tlingit and Haida documents. You might see that the chairman is empowered for something, might say he or she, or it might only use one of those terms. And those gendered terms really can be more cleanly and clearly expressed with either they or in some instances just the position title. The president is empowered to yada, yada, yada. So those are kind of the first two categories of changes that we see in the document. The third set is the economy of words. Now, it is a little funny that I'm probably going to stand here talking to you all for what I'll try to keep to be as small an amount of time as possible. But believe it or not, there are many places in the Constitution where the committee found that there were 20 words being used to say something that could be said in 5 words. And so there's a place in the Constitution where the Constitution referenced communities that are empowered or entitled to elect delegates to the tribal assembly. It's a lot of words, and instead you can say recognized communities, because Tlingit and Haida has a term of art in the rules of election, and a recognized community is a community entitled to elect delegates to the tribal assembly. So the attorney is going to talk for a little while, but the attorney really tried to help prioritize an economy of words. There were a couple of places where there were duplicate language, and one of the ones that I referenced in a committee update on Tuesday was that there were actually 2 places in the Constitution where the authority of the president to vote in the event of a tie was spelled out. Again, similar to the place where you have a number written out in words and then a number in parenthetical, if you have the same authority in 2 places in a document, then you actually have you foster the ability to make a change in one part of the Constitution that's then going to be inconsistent in a different part of the Constitution unless you remember to go update the second place as well. So going with a best practice, you try and keep all things in the Constitution only in one place, and places where there was duplicate authority took out the one. I think there may have only been one place of this, and we'll get down to it. I'll start scrolling in a second here, but there was a place where there's a Latin use of the term habeas corpus, and then we define it out, and that also seemed duplicate, where in the world of a Bill of Rights and habeas corpus is a well understood term. And with that, we'll move into the category that kind of starts here in the preamble and that exists in several places throughout the Constitution, opportunities where there was clarity or precision offered in expression in the Constitution. Pardon me. Been working for the tribe for almost 10 years now. It is still a little terrifying to stand in front of you all. I'm going to zoom in just a little more on the screen here so that everybody can see. In the preamble here, we start to move into these places where there was clarified expression. And in the preamble, the as Will Micklin mentioned, there are still federal forces and other folks working against the tribe and tribes broadly. There are folks who challenge the tribe's jurisdiction, who challenge the tribe's very existence as a federally recognized tribe and the tribe's authority. And this is work that the Office of General Counsel encounters frequently. It's work that you all and the Executive Council lead the charge against, bringing things forward when it happens. And here, what the committee was articulating or looking to articulate was that Clinton Haida's assertion of jurisdiction predates even the roots of the organization with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. Clinton Haida's history extends not just back to 1935, not just back to the ANS and ANB, not back to the Treaty of Cession or to Russia's arrival. It seemed very important to get the words time immemorial in the beginning of the Constitution, emphasizing Clinton Haida's far-reaching history. Moving into the territory and jurisdiction, the supremacy clause was mentioned. So as the committee made these comparisons with other constitutions across the country, it was correct that the committee's preference was to assume Clinton Haida's language was adequate and defensible. There were a few places where Clinton Haida found, the committee found that actually there was not an explicit statement of a supremacy clause. And so Clinton Haida, having found it in many other constitutions and debating it, then chose to propose it for incorporation. And it seemed like an important thing to nest in the territory and jurisdiction section, that the laws of Clinton Haida shall be the supreme law for Clinton and Haida. And moving into the territory section here, there are several bases for Clinton and Haida to exercise its jurisdiction in the current federal structure. And that's both territorial jurisdiction and what is often called membership-based jurisdiction, which Clinton and Haida tries to consistently use the term citizenship-based jurisdiction, because Clinton and Haida doesn't have members, it has citizens.
So we're hoping that we could defer all questions till after the end, after she goes through it, and then we can come back to whatever section that we have questions on. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to go ahead and state my question, but you don't have to answer it.
Okay.
But I would like the delegation to kind of think about this one. My question is about the law of supremacy and how does that impact our smaller communities and their jurisdiction? I'm concerned about any kind of, and as the chair had already discussed, like a dispute between Douglas Indian Association and Clinton and Haida, and how do we work that out, where I understand that we, as tribes, are in a very dangerous point in history where we're being threatened at a federal level. And so I understand protecting that right, but I want to make sure we don't do anything that maybe usurps the authority of smaller IRAs or smaller communities that says that we have one tribe, not many tribes. And that's my concern.
Thank you. And we will continue on, and I would like to defer all questions to the very end, and then we can get to them, because sometimes there'll be multiple questions about similar things, and it'll be easier if we just deal with them all at the same time. So thank you.
With respect to the chair, I will say supremacy is a strong word there, and but in part of the preamble and other parts of the framing here, the committee did try to be cognizant of the other tribes that exist in Southeast Alaska, because Tlingit and Haida is not a tribe that holds itself above others. There are sister tribes in Southeast Alaska who. So.
We're going to continue on.
Not a question. I just want to say you're doing a good job, Maddie. Hang in there. I know you're a little nervous. Just hang in there. Sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm gonna see how so in the let's see, we were looking at territory and jurisdiction. So in response to some of the challenges that come to Tlingit and Haida regarding the jurisdiction that it possesses and exercises, the Tlingit and Haida, the committee wanted to be more clear in the several types of jurisdiction that Tlingit and Haida is able to exercise, that it possesses inherently as a federally recognized tribe. And so this section starts to break out both the territorial basis for the jurisdiction and references the 1959 Court of Claims case, which affirmed Tlingit and Haida's Aboriginal title to everything east of the 141st meridian. And we can see here the sections that existed in the Constitution, or that currently exist in the Constitution. This language is still largely what is in the section. There's prefatory language about the territory, and then move into the jurisdiction that includes the citizens who are enrolled with the tribe, and assertions of jurisdiction over not just the people, but also the lands and the waters that provide for the very way of life that is referenced in the preamble of the Constitution. And the section 3, we can see that this is actually another place where Tlingit and Haida found references in other constitutions for other tribes where there was preservational language. To the extent that this section doesn't cover anything, Tlingit and Haida is not giving up or conceding that to anyone else. And so Tlingit and Haida wanted to, excuse me, the committee wanted to propose that this language preserving Tlingit and Haida's sovereign authority was also proposed in the section. In the sovereign powers and recognition section, this is the language about the governing body of Tlingit and Haida shall be comprised of the tribal assembly and consistent with the terms of the Constitution, the Executive Council. That's language that wasn't drafted by the committee. It existed somewhere else in the Constitution and was brought forward so that the term of art was defined and then can be consistently used through the rest of the document. We'll talk a little further. This language that was at the bottom of the paragraph, to maintain a role and promote the general welfare, that's authority that would still exist in Tlingit and Haida's Constitution, but you're going to find it under the heading of the powers of the governing body. Moving into the enrollment section, there is a proposed restatement about the tribe's authority to disenroll a person. And when the committee discussed this, the statement there refers to the deletion of names. And the deletion of names only occurs when a name was improperly included on the tribal roll. But language about deleting names seemed a step away from language about deleting people. And so the proposed language here is not intended to change the scope of the authority, but it's intended to state it in a different way, that the power to disenroll a person is still limited to when a person is determined not to meet the qualifications for enrollment, but the language about deletion is not there. We can see some gendered terms, again, removed versus deleted. And then moving in to the delegates to the tribal assembly. Oh, actually, I want to make sure to mention here, who shall be elected in accordance with such rules seemed like a good place to actually just use the name of the document, the rules of election. In the section for delegates here, there is language about the removal of delegates. And I think the place to start here is that it says a delegate shall be removed from such office for any of the following reasons. And in looking at this section, the committee thought that actually, this isn't a mandatory removal. There is an exercise of discretion. Tribal assembly needs to be able to look at the facts, or the executive council needs to be able to look at the facts and then make a determination about whether the circumstances warrant a removal. So changing the language here to proposing to change the language to a delegate may be removed because it's a discretionary authority. Clarification in the section for removal by the standard for removal under conviction for a felony offense. The proposed language is that the standard be a vote of 2/3 of the tribal assembly authorized delegates. Currently, there are 122 delegates authorized at Tlingit and Haida, but at any given point in the year, there may not be 122 seated. And when the committee discussed this, it was thought that the removal of a delegate is a very extreme action, and so maintaining the highest standard for removal was important. So 122 would be the number used to calculate a potential removal right now. Not any lower number if there are vacant seats. Let's see. And moving in for the circumstances of an incapacity to perform or failure to perform official duties, there's a section here regarding the absence of a delegate from consecutive days of tribal assembly. The language that's in the Constitution currently would authorize a potential removal in the event of an absence for 3 days. This process and the steps to follow would then be a vote of the tribal assembly delegates. But tribal assembly is currently 3 days. Tribal assembly used to be a 4-day event. And so when the committee looked at this, it seemed like with the change from a 4-day tribal assembly to a 3-day tribal assembly, an absence from 2 days without excuse from tribal assembly would be a reason to allow for a possible removal. And then moving into the section for what that removal process looks like, you can see there's quite a bit of red line here. And again, the committee discussion here was not about wanting to try and change a standard or the process for removal, but still wanting to offer some clarity in the event that this authority needed to be exercised. So we can see that there was language about having oh, now I'm confused, having a fair opportunity to be heard. And that language was moved up so that delegates shall be given notice and a fair opportunity to be heard before a vote is taken. This is a place where the notice to the delegate was in the current constitution coming in the form of charges against a delegate. And there was discussion that particularly in the event of a potential mental or physical incapacity of a delegate, felt very inappropriate to be filing charges against a delegate. And so the language proposed for alternative is that the delegate should receive a written statement of the reasons for the potential removal. The removal is potential. They need an explanation about what the reason is, but it does not need to be framed in the language of charges against a delegate. And in the event of a potential removal for the absence of a delegate from 2 days of tribal assembly, the committee thought a 10-day notice to the delegate seems impractical. If you miss 2 days of tribal assembly without excuse, then there would still be if you miss 2 days of tribal assembly and the remedy is a vote by the tribal assembly delegates, the assembly can't then give you 10 days notice and come back to vote on the potential removal. So wanted to carve that out from the notice requirement because it seemed impractical for practice. Looking at section 4, there exists in the Constitution the remedy for a delegate who is removed to turn to the Clinton-Haida Supreme Court to hear a complaint if they think they have been incorrectly removed. And when the committee talked about this authority, it again wanted to make sure that there was some clarity in the process, that there was, but also wanted to be trusting the evaluation of the tribal assembly's judgment. And so an opportunity to go to the Supreme Court is an opportunity to ensure that the process for removal was faithfully administered. It's not an opportunity to relitigate the tribal assembly's decision about a removal. But if the process was not faithfully followed, then there is a remedy with the Supreme Court. And again, you'll see notice and a fair opportunity to be heard, the right to testify, present evidence, and the decision of the Supreme Court would be considered final. In this section here, there are 2 sections that are proposed for deletion, and this had to do with the committee's immersal in the Constitution and recognizing that Clinton-Haida has multiple governing documents and some content is the place of the rules of election, some content is the place of statutory title, but just trying to align the content with the right governing document. And here, there were a couple of places throughout the Constitution where Clinton-Haida might have prescribed an authority, and Clinton-Haida has, through the tribal assembly since enacted, followed through on that authority. But right here, it was referencing that the Clinton-Haida shall enact a statute. Clinton-Haida didn't enact a statute governing elections. Clinton-Haida has the rules of election. And so it was presented an opportunity to align the Constitution with the proper name of the governing document that Clinton-Haida followed through to implement. Struggling with my mouse a little bit here. Let's see. All right. That's why. All right. Really testing my manual dexterity up here right now. It's not why I became a lawyer. Moving here, this is another place where Tlingit and Haida had previously, I think, had a document called the Convention Rules, but the practice for many years now has been that that is the standing rules of order. So trying to use the proper name of documents so that the Constitution is easily and correctly referencing the other governing documents. This here, the powers of the governing body of the tribe is a proposed big rewrite. And I want to mention that I particularly recall the committee was really drawn to the statement of the powers of the governing body from the Mashantucket Pequot tribe. They're a tribe on the East Coast, but they had a very efficient list of our tribe is empowered to do A, B, C, D, E. And in contrast, Tlingit and Haida's current constitution, I think, goes through the letter Q in its A, B, C, D, E. And so the committee did ask for a very particular walkthrough to try and crosswalk. Here are the 5 authorities, the phrases that Mashantucket Pequot uses. You tell us where each one of these things exists from Tlingit and Haida's current constitution in this other place. And the result was that most of those things were covered in the Mashantucket Pequot language. And if there was any question that something wasn't covered, there were additions and edits made to the Mashantucket Pequot list. So this was, you'll see in the red line, oh shucks, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 1. And so the list did grow a little bit, but you will also see walking through this, it went all the way down to O before. So this is a proposed economy of words, and the committee had been particularly drawn to that Mashantucket Pequot list. Here in the next section, section 2, there was a thought that in some of these jurisdictional challenges that happen across the country, and I am thinking particularly of some of the lower 48 tribes who have exercised criminal jurisdiction over non-members or non-Indians. There have been challenges. People who are not from a community sometimes fight vigorously against a community, holding them accountable for their actions that happened while in that community. And through that case law, there have been places where a tribe's authority is affirmed to exist, and so wanted to, just as a matter of preservation, ensure that Tlingit and Haida wasn't just retaining all powers necessary and incident and necessary, and powers that Congress might choose to grant to the tribe, but also powers that the tribe might be affirmed to possess. There are times when people question a tribe's authority, and Congress steps in to say, nope, they've always had it, always had it. In the next section, there's language about, let me go back to my notes over here. So this is a section about subordinate entities for Tlingit and Haida. And one of the things that can come up when Tlingit and Haida is trying to form a subordinate entity to go forth and do good for the tribe and its citizens is that people question what sort of privileges and immunities that entity has. And the question there really is, how much of the tribe's authority is backing that entity up? And Tlingit and Haida here was wanting, the committee, excuse me, was wanting to clarify that when Tlingit and Haida, in exercise of its constitutional power, is forming an entity for one of these purposes, including revenue-raising enterprise functions, but also for all these other purposes spelled out, Tlingit and Haida is acting as a government. Tlingit and Haida is taking a governmental action, and the authority of the tribe stands behind that entity. And then moving through the sovereign immunity sections, the intent here again was to clarify these entities can possess the tribe's sovereign immunity. As was already in the Constitution, they could waive that sovereign immunity, but only to the extent of their own assets. A subordinate entity of Tlingit and Haida does not have the ability to waive the sovereign immunity of the tribe writ large. This is another place where there was just some economy of words. Subsection B, it's really getting referenced up in the beginning of section 1. The stray ampersand, folks, this is where we found one. So when the committee got to the section looking at the removal of executive officers, the committee had already had a lot of conversation about the removal of delegates, and it seemed like the appropriate procedure was to just by and large mirror the due process standards from the removal of delegates to the removal of an executive officer. And to again consistently empower the Supreme Court so that there was a remedy in the event that the process was not faithfully administered. In the section here, there was a place where the authority for who sets compensation for the president, the practice has been that that compensation is set by the executive council, but it was not actually codified in the Constitution. And moving into the functions of officers in Article 9, this was another place where there was some discrepancy between practice at Tlingit and Haida and what the constitutional language had been. So Tlingit and Haida, if nobody else may do this, but I do this. I will go look at the constitutions of other tribes and pour through their websites and find what all do they put online, what do they make available, because in the work that we do, I want to know what other tribes are doing. What do their statutes say? What does, what do their, what is their constitutional language? And there actually are more tribes than you might imagine who don't have a constitution or their statutes online. Tlingit and Haida has, I think, a very transparent practice for the availability of its governing documents, its minutes, et cetera. And so the language here is that remains that the governance records of the governing body shall be available for inspection, but wanting to have some caveats around that. As I mentioned earlier, Tlingit and Haida also has proprietary revenue raising enterprises and functions that sometimes are not intended to be public records. They're not governance records, they're operational details. And so governance records remain available for inspection. And then here it has, this is one of those moments during the time that I have been around, it has not been the authority of the vice president who is elected as the secretary of the executive council to distribute minutes or resolutions to the tribal assembly. The obligation to be tracking those things and distributing them still exists through the governance records here, but just wanting to take the tribal secretary out of that because it's been an administrative responsibility in implementation. let's see, in this functions of the executive council section, this list is the governing documents that are reserved to the tribal assembly. These are the things that, according to the Constitution, are only within the purview of tribal assembly to make any changes to. And it's referenced elsewhere, but wanting to make sure that it includes the full list, the Constitution, the rules of election, and the standing rules of order. This was it. This was my favorite example about the economy of words, the recognized communities. In the tribal court section, there actually had not been a capture in governing documents that the associate justices serve staggered terms. There is some implication, but it was not captured. And in discussion, this seemed an appropriate place to capture that. In section 6, this is another place where Tlingit and Haida has exercised its authority in this section, but instead of having a statute, had the tribal rules of judicial conduct. And so the edits in section 6 here were trying to align the constitutional language with the actions taken by tribal assembly in the adoption of the tribal rules of judicial conduct. We are getting towards the end of the list of clarified expression. In the Bill of Rights here, there was some duplication. And so looking at subsection H and H1, the clarification here was wanting to note that it is the accused to whom the rights occur, the rights inure here, not just any person involved in a criminal proceeding. And language here in blue is actually some of the language coming from section O, but wanted to move it up so that all of the sections related to criminal proceedings are in one area. And the list here is a list about what the tribe shall not do. And so structurally having H1, H1 is a place where there are affirmative duties of what the tribe shall do. The parenthesis, we were really proud when we caught that one. And that concludes the technical amendments part 1.
Let's do, okay. Let's just keep going.
Okay. The technical amendments part 2 is a substantially shorter section to walk through. I really promise. So I just want to note that in the written report that was distributed, the next section beginning on numbered page 27 of the report shows what the Constitution would look like in the event all of those proposed changes were adopted. So the first set of pages 6 through 25 is the red line, and then 27 through through 41 is what the Constitution would look like if all the changes proposed in part 1 were adopted. So at this point, the committee was fairly deep in their work. As you can tell, they were doing a lot of comparative analysis and proposing to move some things around. And what they had found at this point was that actually a number of the things in the Constitution that they that they were interested in were not where they then went to look for it. And so they asked staff if there could be a proposed restructure. Is there a way that like items could be grouped with like? And as I mentioned earlier, attorneys like to sort and group things. So there was an attempt to see what items can be reorganized together. And in looking at this, starting on page 43, there's a proposed restructure of Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And when those items start to get nested so that the governing body is one section, the powers of the governing body is another section, and the governing body elections is a third section, there was a shocking amount of material that was very easily re-nested and grouped together. So the illustration that starts on page 3 shows you the language as things would be if the restructure were adopted. But in order to try and be very transparent about where all of this language came from, there are comment bubbles. So this commented A1 shows Article 7, subsection 1. That is where the language in section 1 comes from. Looking at the next item, this language comes from Article 4, subsection 1. You have to go to the next page to see the source for section A1A, 1A1, excuse me, where that comes from. But the comment bubble goes down, and this all comes from Article 4, subsections 1 through 4. So I don't want to read every comment bubble to you all. I just want to communicate that all of the material in the proposed restructure was already in the Constitution. And all of that material could be re-nested in this fashion to try and group like materials together. So if you want to find out about the tribe's governing body, there's a section of it. You'll read about tribal assembly, you'll read about the executive council. And there is one, this is it. This is the one thing that was not in the current Constitution. And it is on page 44 of the document, and it is just this little heading for Executive Council authority and procedures. When all the materials were nested together, it seemed like there was some sort of transition phrase necessary to try and identify what is this grouping that's been nested here. So, and the reason that all of this is communicated to you all in different documents is that once, if we were to try and transmit to you sections where this is cut and pasted over here, you lose all of the red line that exists in the technical amendments part 1 package. So when you cut and paste language that has red line in it, it's got additions, it's got deletions, the only thing that gets pasted is what the new language would be. So in order to try and be really transparent about all of the proposed changes, that's why there is a technical amendments part 1 and a technical amendments part 2. And then to communicate what would this look like if everything there we are. If everything were adopted, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the report and say that starting on page 51 is if the technical amendments part 1 and part 2 were both adopted, The red line would show what starts on page 51, and that goes through page 77. If all of those things were adopted, the clean version begins on page 78 and looks like this. So as I promised, the second section was a lot faster. Thanks for bearing with me through the first section. Part two was much better to present. And with
clarifying question. Thank you, Jackie. Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate. Good work, Maddie. I know it's not easy, but back on page 8, and I just had a question, maybe clarifying. Page 8, top of page 8, under territory. And I'm confused, and an ampersand. Were we getting rid of the ands and putting in ampersands? So the, and headwaters, abutting territory boundaries, all as affirmed in Tlingit and is spelled out. Haida, clan history, so are we changing that to an ampersand? And I'm assuming the next two after that are because they are legal cases, right?
That is correct. I'm sorry, you were on page 8 looking at all as affirmed in Tlingit and Haida clan histories. The reason for that is that Tlinkits and Haidas have separate clans, and their separate clans have their own separate histories. And then the Tlingit ampersand Haida Act, and then Tlingit AND Haida is the case name. And the same again, Tlingit AND Haida is the proper case name.
Thank you, Maddie. Oh, and one more thing. Can we teach Will the economy of words, please?
Move smoothly. Ganashish, thank you, Francis Andrews, Anchorage. Question about technical edits. I think it came under part 1, and I apologize if I don't understand. Do the proposed technical edits account for any of the inconsistencies between the Constitution and the rules of election? Is that the purpose of a technical edit? No.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I'm.
So I guess there was a purpose for my question. So in reading through what was being proposed and cross-referencing the rules of election, there's a section under Article 4, Delegates to Tribal Assembly, Section 2, Removal of Delegates, and it states failure of the delegates to maintain the requirements for holding office as required in the rules of election. Just cross-referencing to the rules of election, there actually aren't, and maybe I'm not seeing what's there, rules for holding office. There's rules for being eligible to be nominated, but there's not rules for holding office. And so I brought up the question because I guess I just don't know, would that be considered a technical edit, or would that then be considered something that needs to be addressed on Friday?
So the subject of that citation was removal, not holding office. It's removal.
It fell under removal of delegates.
Yeah.
And so removal of delegates reference the rules of election.
Right.
And so under the rules of election, in order to be removed, you would need to, and let me just go back to this. It just states that one of the removal reasons would be failure of the delegate to maintain the requirements from holding office. But there's actually nothing, and I apologize, that came from the Constitution. And within the rules of election, there actually aren't any references to requirements for holding office.
In this instance, I think what the committee was contemplating was that there actually are instances where someone may learn information about their parentage later in life. There could be an instance where somebody learns while holding office, that they actually are not eligible to be a tribal citizen. And so in that instance, I think they would no longer meet the qualifications for holding office as articulated in the rules of election.
Goodness, Chief, thank you.
Gwyneth Tish, Hala, Karen Elliott. Okay. I'm short. Hey, wait, I can pull it off. So Seattle delegate, and I'm questioning section 3 or 4, where you said that 2 days they will be removed and removable. And that was when we had 4 days in conference. And I'm wondering if we can just move it down to one day so that when things are going and there's movement going on around already within the first day, that at least our delegates should be here, miss only 1 day. That was just a recommendation. How goodness geez.
Shirley Kendall? Oh, she needs a microphone. Shirley, we are bringing you a microphone.
Shirley Kendall, Anchorage, Alaska. So, Maddie, were you a committee of one to do this, or? Yeah, because it's really hard to tell if you did the editing and then presented it to a group, or did you all work together to make the changes?
Shirley, I was not a member of the committee. I am not a delegate, so I was only supporting the committee's work. So
Then somebody was concerned about the cultural part of this document. And when it came to the discussion about the removal of delegate for not attending or whatever the causes were, stated that the original document said four times or 4 days or 4. And that was recommended change to 3. And the problem we have with this whole document is it's in English to talk about our culture. I think if you study the Athabascans and the Tlingit, that 4 was the count that we used for everything. It's a white man that says 1, 2, 3, go. So I don't think I'd want to agree to that. So the other change that I think some of it was okay to change, talking about he or she, to change to they or whatever. But in Tlingit, I'm sorry, I can't stop being a teacher. We have a word that really works well. We have ish, his father, if you're talking about a man, or her father. So you don't change it to his or her. And that is used quite a bit. So I think that's what the thinking was when they began to work on this, to use his or her a lot, because that's the way we were thinking. And I think my expectations, because I can't see, is at least one paragraph, what it sounds like without the changes, and and one that how it sounds now, with, if you want our approval. So those are the comments. I probably later on we'll probably think of other cultural things about the part that we had put into to begin with. Gunachish.
Gunachish, Hawa, Shirley. I believe that in Chuck Hoskin Jr.'s presentation to the committee, he did mention that that the Cherokee Nation had translated their entire constitution into their language. I think seeing a similar challenge for the community about how they wanted to articulate things to themselves.
My name is Harriet B. Leal. I come from Wrangell, Alaska. Lived in Sitka quite a while, and then Anchorage 33 years. Raised my family there. They're still, some of them are still there, and some in Sitka and everywhere. Anyway, what I was curious about when you were talking was, I remember I was on the Tlingit Council up in Anchorage a long time, and in Sitka. And whenever we had misunderstandings or our delegates weren't getting along or anything like that, we took it to the Central Council. And in this changes, it says that two-thirds of the executive committee can remove a delegate. Is that right? Something like that. And majority, is it the majority of the delegates that can be removing a delegate, or?
There are currently in the Constitution 2 ways to remove a delegate. In the event of a conviction of a felony offense or an offense involving an act of moral turpitude while in office, the current Constitution allows for an affirmative majority vote of 4 vice presidents of the Executive Council, or an affirmative majority vote of 2/3 of the Tribal Assembly authorized delegates. So in the event of a conviction of a felony or an act of moral turpitude while in office, there currently exists authority for the Executive Council and the Tribal Assembly to remove a delegate. For the potential removal reasons of malfeasance, misfeasance, misconduct, incapacity to perform or failure to perform official duties, those reasons are reserved exclusively to the Tribal Assembly.
Yeah, we had an incident, one time we had a delegate that didn't resign, but she moved to out of state. And that came before the executive committee, I think, then, on whose authority it was to remove her, but it ended up that they did not remove her from her term, and they did pay her way back to the convention. Thank you for answering.
Jack Strong, Cluck One Delegate. I want to thank you for going through all that work, and I read through it, and you did clarify a lot of things, and I saw where you shrunk it down. And you were talking about going to other tribes and getting their constitution. For clarification to everyone in here, the United States Constitution was fashioned after the Iroquois nations. And so that's where it all started from with the United States Constitution. One of the things they left out, because they didn't have an understanding for it, was each generation is responsible for 7 generations ahead. And that keeps us in mind with the future, always the future. Each generation is responsible for 7 generations ahead. And so we're always planning ahead on that. I would like to know if we can include that in our Constitution also.
The content of the Constitution is entirely up to the delegates.
Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to say that we have Stephanie Masterman who's online and her hand is raised, so I will place her next in the line. And then Ben, you'll go after her.
Hey.
Thank you.
Nice job, Will.
Stephanie, we are listening and ready to hear your question. We are
Hello,
not
can you all
hearing
hear
you
me?
talking, Stephanie.
I'm just recognizing I've got about a 10-second delay over here, so I want to make sure you can all hear me.
Oh, you just started to come through.
All right. Oh, there I am. Okay. Apologies. Yeah, again, there's about a 10-second internet delay over here, so thank you all for your patience. Stephanie Masterman, Seattle delegate, thank you for your good explanation of all the changes, Maddie. I just have a question on clarification. I'm looking at Article 1, Section 2 on page 8. And it's point number 2, looking at the boundaries of our territory. So this point reads, within the boundaries of any reservation which may be established for Tlingit and Haida, notwithstanding the issuance of any patent and including rights of way running through the reservation. So just acknowledging that we don't currently have any reservations within our territory. Is this point leaving that door open for either the tribe to establish itself or for the federal government to establish a reservation? Or can you just explain that a little bit clearer about why it mentions reservations, although we don't have any?
Yes. So the language about reservations is in the current Constitution, and the way those sections are drafted, subsection 1, 2, 3, and 4, were in part all preservational languages for the tribe to preserve its authority to act over those lands if such lands were ever conveyed to the tribe. And in clarification to one further point, Tlingit and Haida would not, reservation language is federal language, and so it would be the federal government and not Tlingit and Haida who would declare a reservation.
Great, thank you. That answers my question.
Ben?
Thank you. Ben Cornell, Juneau delegation, 100 shares from Tlingit and Haida. I'm looking at Article 1, territory and jurisdictions. I was thinking, looking at that, it's good that you have it there, but I think providing maps would be really helpful for a lot of people to know where that property is exactly, just a suggestion. And then moving on, I was looking at Article 3. I was thinking Section B and maybe adding number 3. When they fill out the form, if they misled or misinformed you that they were already convicted of a felony that we would not approve of, because dropping down a little bit further, it talks about a conviction already, but nobody, you discover it 6 months later and decide that because they have misled or misinformation, you could remove them. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
How, Gunashtish, I will share that the 1959 Court of Claims case includes a map that I actually spent years searching for while in this office. The land claims case is available online. There are many versions of it, but it references the map of Southeast Alaska, and it was very difficult to locate. And if she is in the room, over in program compliance, the director, Val Hillman, located the original Court of Claims case, and it has the map that you can fold out. It's on that very delicate, thin paper. And what you will find is a map of Southeast Alaska that appears to have a permanent marker line around it. That is the fancy way that oh,
Thank you, Mela.
So I just wanted to follow up on Ben's comment. Thank you. It's very insightful. So Maddie so skillfully found the territorial map from the Court of Claims decision. But further to that, we have some intentional language about further claims to interests in islands, waterways, headwaters, et cetera, that are beyond the territorial boundaries. So as clans, we know we have before contact interests in like the Nass River. It's in Canada, and in other transboundary rivers that flowed beyond the United States boundary. So we don't want to foreclose on those interests because we have transboundary mining questions where we need to assert our rights, not just within our territories within the United States boundaries, but over that into British Columbia and Yukon. And we need standing for that. And our standing is those are our Aboriginal territories. We didn't recognize the boundary, United States boundary, that didn't exist before. So we have language in there that safeguards our expression of interest beyond what's just within the United States boundaries.
I'm actually interested in hearing the rest of what Maddie was talking about with the permanent marker line. Cecilia Tablero, OCL delegate.
that is really to say that there is a written map, and it was not exactly the precise GIS approach that I thought might exist when the federal government was awarding Aboriginal title. It was a map, and I would imagine there was a law clerk somewhere who had to really carefully trace the boundary of Alexander Archipelago lines. So it is everything east of the 141st meridian that is within the United States boundary between Southeast Alaska and Canada.
So my question is, and it may be included in what you just stated, is a few years back, I asked attorney Phil Bakershank the question, should Liggett and Haida have legal meets and bounds description of our territories? And he said yes, but I never heard an answer back if that was actually not really relevant or important, or if that's still something on the radar screen for us.
I don't know that I was there for that question. I would say that with respect to the meets and bounds for Aboriginal title, are you suggesting that the meets and bounds should be in the Constitution?
Written, not just in people's minds.
That's not a document that I am aware of. I do think it is a document that would exist in the sense that the United States has very precise boundaries for Southeast Alaska, and that everything east of the 141st meridian is
Okay.
the meets and bounds for Tlingit and Haida.
Okay, I'd be interested, is Phil Bakershank still around? Working with Central Council, yes?
Yes.
Can someone ask him this question? Why he said, yes, it was important, and now it's seemingly not?
Yes.
I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Maddie. Andrew Strobel, Seattle delegate. Even though I served on the committee, it didn't preclude me necessarily of still asking some clarifying questions, especially something that I think I unfortunately had to comprehend potentially in advance of this tribal assembly. I want to reference Article 4, page 10 and 11. And it is in reference to the removal of delegates. And under Section 3, it says, except for the removal pursuant of Article 4, 2B, 2II, a delegate shall be given notice and fair opportunity to be heard before a vote is taken regarding a potential removal. The delegate shall be provided a written statement of the reasons of the potential removal. And this exception is for the second, the II section on page 11. And I have some questions regarding process of incapacitated delegates and the ability to properly provide notice and a fair opportunity for incapacitated delegates to respond to this, essentially this provision of the Constitution. I almost had to effectively deal with the actuality of this provision in our Constitution. And so I'm very curious of how we would enact to notify an incapacitated delegate in order to process this part of, move through the process of this part of our Constitution.
I think in answer to your question, the process right now, well, the process here would require notice as the language is drafted. And so there would be a notice mailed, delivered to the delegate, and I think the delegate's representative, whether, and I think it would be important to look into who that representative would be in order to try and be thoughtful about it. And there could be a reason to look at whether that section should also be exempted from the notice process. I think the circumstances for an incapacitation or a physical or mental incapacity issue can be pretty delicate with everyone being human and treating people with care in conversations. So I think there could be discussion about what an appropriate implementation would be. I can tell you what the current language would require, which is notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You made it even shorter. So Daphne Albee, Seattle delegate. So this is in reference to Article 2, page 9. And this is where it's highlighted in blue, so it's changing verbiage. The governing body of the Tlingit and Haida shall be comprised of the tribal assembly and consistent with the terms of this constitution, comma, the executive council. So should the executive council even be in there? Because after executive council, it's just a period.
Bear with me for a moment. I think that that
Absolutely.
language was cut and pasted from another section.
Thank you.
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose I wanted to see if I could find the place where I think the cut and paste had occurred, but the governing body of Tlingit and Haida is a form of government that is the tribal assembly. And when the tribal assembly is not in session, the executive council is the governing body. So in terms of conveying the governing body of the tribe, I do believe that statement's accurate.
It doesn't make sense. The sentence doesn't make sense. I think it needs to be corrected.
So all it can claim is an English degree. So, and believe me, that doesn't mean a lot. But we road tested this. If you put that modifying clause after executive council, it doesn't specifically modify executive council. It would impliedly modify both tribal assembly and executive council. The intent of that modifying clause is that the executive council is only the governing body when the tribal assembly is not in session.
Right.
Which is
So,
consistent with the terms, which is the meaning of that. So if you don't stick the modifying clause before executive council and it goes after it, then it impliedly applies to both tribal assembly and executive council.
So do we need to clarify this?
No, it's clear.
No, it's not clear.
I think if there's a question about the grammar of it, it's consistent with the terms of this constitution modifies the executive council there.
I understand what you're saying, but how it's written is not clear.
Patty, is it needed?
Is the
Because
like,
if it's consistent with the terms of the Constitution, it's spelled out already all the way through the Constitution.
when the Constitution language there says consistent with the terms of the Constitution, that's because there are limits on the power of the executive council. And so consistent with the terms of this Constitution means the executive council may only act as the governing body consistent with the limitations that are placed on the executive council by the Constitution. Does that restatement help?
No. So the governing body of the Tlingit and Haida shall be comprised of the tribal assembly and comma consistent with the terms of this constitution, comma, the executive council. Maybe I'm the only one. Am I the only one?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say. It doesn't make sense in this sentence to me.
The governing body of the Tlingit and Haida shall be comprised consistent. Well, that's.
And since this is the Constitution, it should be clear to everyone. Go ahead, sorry.
I think we're just trying with the economy of words. Is it, so the governing body of Tlingit and Haida shall be comprised and consistent with the terms of this Constitution, period.
Right, exactly.
And thank you.
Just for the economy of words.
Stay here.
Thank you for your clarifying question and comment. Thank you.
Are we getting answers here?
You,
So I'm just bringing it up and
No,
that's
you-
it for the rest of the discussion?
yeah, you brought it up and you brought and talked about the inconsistency, and I think we tried to clarify it. I don't know that we can.
Okay,
We're
we're
not-
bringing it up tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a big one. I'm like, I've got a small one. Just looking at, it looks like, page 10. 10. Yes, page 10, delegates to the tribal assembly, section 2. I think my question is, under the first underlined blue and the first stricken red shell, what are the implications of that? And I'm assuming it's tied to the process, but I think my biggest concern would be, I think a delegate shall be removed for the conviction of a felony offense, but we're moving it to a may. So I guess I'm just the technical or implication of going from shall to may. Thank you.
Yes. So in that section, the conviction of a felony offense or an offense involving an act of moral turpitude. Moral turpitude is a phrase that covers no small manner of ills. And it really comes down to what offends people's sensibilities or their judgment. And so that is not a precise term, and there could be a conviction a conviction for an act of moral turpitude that is not a felony offense, and it would be the discretion for the tribal assembly to determine whether the act offends the sensibilities of the governing body.
Can I make one other clarifying? And I although didn't bring this up in the conversation within the committee, but in a lot of work that I did in DC, there were a lot of tribal leaders that tried to come to various meetings of the White House to meet with the president, and were not able to because they had a felony offense, but their felony offense might have been something with trespass, especially around fisheries, trying to enact changes in policy. It might have been around other kinds of things when we had disputes with the federal government, and those would have been felony offenses that are probably at their tribe would have been acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that helps me as a delegate. I think I should also just add a may or a shall really does change what the delegation can do with this statement. And it may be worth all of us considering how to break apart, what types of felony offenses. And I know that might not be in the Constitution, appropriate for the Constitution, but this really does make it less clear. But for the many reasons Jackie just shared, I fully agree that not every convicted person of a felony should apply here. But I think it's just really important to note this is a significant change. Thank you.
She's taller than I am, but this still works. Thank you. My name's Albert Howard. I've asked this question a couple of different times in 3 different ways, so I'll ask you. And this refers to residents of Angoon, as we're all in the service area. So I don't see service area in here. And the reason I'm bringing it up is we had a veteran lose a great big window in his home, and this veteran served overseas and ran through the same sand I did. But because he wasn't in the service area of TNH, he didn't get any help, so we put a piece of plywood over his window. So I'm curious where service area is in here, because everything in here points to the fact that myself and the veteran that lost his window is in the service area. As an example, my sister was concerned with the administration in Washington shipping me out because of who they are. So she had me go to the TNH office in Anchorage and get my ID card. And this is how, for no other way to say it, ridiculous this country is becoming. That I have to prove who I am, and I have ties to the land. My grandfather had a fort in Chaik, the person I'm named after. So I can't imagine coming through Juneau and getting stuck here on medical, and you're not in the service area, so you don't qualify for the same services as Juneau residents. Yet I'm carrying a Tlingit and Haida ID card. Same thing with our schools. I'd love to add another teacher to our school system. So I'm lost that our tribal members at home get told they're not in this service area, but everything in the Constitution defines us in the service area back to 1959.
Thank you for that question. And I would say we agree with you. However, service area is the Bureau of Indian Affairs term. That's their term. That's their determination and their decision. If we had it our way, and there's no better advocate than President Peterson for advocating exactly that to Department of Interior, to Bureau of Indian Affairs, to the President of the United States, that we should have the same level of services for all of our citizens in all of our communities. However, the Bureau of Indian Affairs has a different methodology, and their decision is there's a service area and there's a different level of service within that service area than without. But that's not our term.
So thank you for that explanation, but I'd like to encourage Tlingit and Haida to exercise your sovereignty as our representatives and say, you can't come in here and tell us what our service area looks like when you created a service area in 1959 with the map you were referencing to. I'm not here to debate it. I'm trying to find a solution for the community members at home who travel through here and once in a while have a difficult time because of weather or the ferry system that somebody doesn't seem is important to us isn't available, and you can't fly home, so they're stuck. And the tribe at home doesn't currently have the resources to help them address that problem. I came here saying, don't say anything, Albert. There's no reason. And now I found a reason, but I've got to go home with an answer.
Thank you. That, and the purpose of the dialogue right now is the things that are, clarifying questions of things germane to the reading of the report. And I understand, and we talked about this earlier, that this conversation and dialogue that you're engaging with right now is not within the Constitution, but certainly is of value, and we should find a time to be able to have more conversations about it. But right now, it's not germane to the Constitution.
Well, in a way, you're right. In a way, you're not right, because I think everything in here refers to us as in the service area. So I guess my purpose of bringing this up is to put it on the radar and hopefully to get it addressed. It's springtime, so it isn't going to be as bad for our residents at home that got to pass through. But imagine coming through in the wintertime and you have nowhere to stay. Also, last year, just to refresh the memory here, I still like to see Central Council find a way to add one teacher to every school in our system. I know there's no money there, but I'd still like to see it because Angoon lost a very valuable teacher, and that hurt. So, thank you.
And thank you. And I think everybody's feeling the same crunch, and you're right about education. Thank you. Yes.
Christopher Mills, Anchorage Delegate. I had a question in regards to Article 4, Article 4, Section 4, where it says the Supreme Court. Are we talking about Tlingit and Haida's Supreme Court? Because if that's the case, I think, we should be proud of that and have that in there so that everybody sees it, because there's a, and also just something in regards to that, I think that just something to think about, as a father that's, fought pretty hard for my son with the state court, I think that it's something to think about is, what kind of help can we do for our tribal members that had no choice but to go to state court level for child custody and have to, acquire $75,000 for an attorney just so I can have time with my son in the summertime, and just something to think about. But that was just my question about the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to the Supreme Court?
So in the Constitution, you're right here. The word Tlingit and Haida is proposed to be struck out before the Supreme Court. The change was made kind of consistent through the rest of the document because this is a Tlingit and Haida document. So if Tlingit and Haida references the capital C Constitution, it's talking about its own Constitution.
Okay.
And if it same for the Supreme Court, it's talking about Tlingit and Haida's Supreme Court.
Good question. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, because some people would just, they'd get anxiety if they had to think about the other Supreme Court,
Some people would. Thank you. Jerry.
Yes, from Sitka, I had a real big thank you for changing N to ampersand.
Oh my God. I was gonna say, please, Jerry, I remember that debate. Thank you. I think we are ready to adjourn for lunch. I hope you've enjoyed it. Excuse me, we're gonna recess for lunch. And I'm looking with the chair of the afternoon session to see if we're supposed to be starting at, I have my agenda right here. We were supposed to be starting at 1. It is 12:40. We'll be starting at 1. And so 1:15. We'll be starting at 1:15. That gives you a half an hour break to take care of whatever you need to take care of, and we will be starting promptly at 1:15. It's still the goal of the day to get complete through the reading before 5 o'clock, because we will end at 5 o'clock. We have the memorial service today after the session this afternoon. Thank you. And it was very clear. Very clear. Did a really, really good job.
Okay, delegates, 5-minute warning, please. 5 minutes. Thank you. What is the academic review? Election and succession amendment, election, succession amendment, and the elected representative. Election and succession, what was the other one? Elected representative. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, 2 minutes, please. Delegates, 2 minutes. Just wants to announce Jim Price's memorial book. Okay. Just squeeze it.
Right there, yeah, squeeze it.
Good afternoon. As everybody's returning, my name is Sharakita. I'm from the Seattle community. And as y'all know, we lost our very important, beautiful leader, Jim Price, just before our assembly. And we do have his picture seated with our community, but we also did bring up a in memoriam book. So if you guys could please take time to send some good words. If you have a chance, we're passing around the book for you to give his family some encouragement. It'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All righty, it is 1:15. I'll return back to session. This afternoon session, we will continue with the reading of the changes to the Constitution, which include election and succession amendments and election representation. Once again, the questions will wait till Mr. Micklin is done reading through the articles of the Constitution. Before I give Will the floor, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Smokehouse Catering for all our efforts in the past 2 days. Thank you to the people working. Also like to give a shout out to the staff of Clinton, Idaho, who keeps everything rolling here today from the online people in the back. Thank you very much for all your hard work. I'd like to mention a few people here that give back to their local IRAs as tribal presidents. Joe Williams, James Hart, Mike Jones, Frank Bright, and my partner, Sid Edenshaw. Thank you guys for what you do for your IRAs and your community. With that, I will hand over the floor to Will for the reading of the Constitution amendments. Thank you.
And don't forget to recognize Mr. Clinton Cook for his leadership with the Craig IRA. And so welcome back. We are now at the last two category of amendments proposed by the Constitution Committee. This is the election and succession amendments and the elected representative amendments, beginning with election and succession. So this is beginning on page 95 on your booklets. And I will refer you to further to the tab 12, page 117, which is the large tribes data. This is just a spreadsheet we did that listed somewhat comparable tribes to Tlingit and Haida and their forms of representation, including types and numbers of elected representatives with their population and location. We already mentioned the in tab 13, the Southeast tribes data. It's not a numbered page. Oh, it is 122. Oh, yeah, okay. And okay. So I'm not numbered on my PDF here. So excuse me, the elected and succession amendments, these were developed with the consideration of the factors of governance, citizenship, types of operations and enterprises and services delivered to tribal citizens. The premise that the committee used in developing the amendment was to ensure that the elections are intentional, for that the vote of the tribal assembly delegates is known for its effect, and that the official elected had the requisite authority and clear responsibility in carrying out the duties of office. The, sorry. Maddie wanted more stage time. Well done. We'll have to talk to Tim Apple because that only goes in on that one side and not the other side. It's a problem. I kid. So the and honing in on Tlingit and Haida. So as you realize, not just as a result of the pandemic and the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan Act, but also the investment and infrastructure and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the BIL. I forget what the BIL means. And the Consolidated Appropriations Act and the IRA. I forget what the IRA means. No, it was the act following the IIJA. Anyway, this was infrastructure investments. So yes, those brought a lot of new funds to Tlingit and Haida since 2020. But even before that, Tlingit and Haida was expanding its enterprise operations and its portfolio of grants, as well as programs through allocated funding from federal and state programs. So the employee count has grown significantly. The number of employees just through THTBC and Kira is substantial. And as you see with Smokehouse Catering, the Sacred Grounds, the Sacred Shrine, the Southeast Contractors, the what is our responsibilities of elected office for Tlingit and Haida has grown substantially. And in that, there is a duty not just to tribal assembly delegates, but also to those that we partner with, maybe federal government officials that enter into that award grants to us or allocate program funding on the basis of Tlingit Haida fulfilling specific requirements and encumbrances on use of award proceeds under agreement with federal as well as state, but also commercial entities that are counterparties in contract with any one of our various enterprises. They need rely upon Tlingit and Haida that in the event of any possible interruption to our government body, that we have a succession plan and a continuity preserved so that our obligations on our side of any agreement or understanding may be assured to be fulfilled as is the duty and liability of our counterparties on the other side. To that, we have the office of the president, where we elect the president. And if for any reason, temporary or permanent, the president is unable to serve, that falls in order of succession to the vice presidents of the executive council. The vice presidents, we do not intentionally elect for a first vice president. We, as you know, elect from among the qualified and eligible candidates who submit themselves to the ballot. And the first one with a 50% plus one is elected to the first vice president, and the first vice president is the intended successor to the president. Again, under any circumstance. The consideration of the committee was perhaps this ought to be more intentional. Perhaps we can be more assuring of our governmental partners as well as our commercial partners that of our vast portfolio of business enterprises, of grant programs, and other activities whereby we deliver services to our tribal citizens, should be assured that that succession will take place without interruption. And we had a lot of ideas. One idea was add to a executive level like a COO. Maybe we should add another C-level executive to the office of the president to ensure carrying that responsibility through to the next assembly, because that would be the intention, that the successor from the executive council vice presidents would serve until the next tribal assembly and then election for president. So a couple of factors were considered here. One is that first president becomes president automatically. He is the successor, but if unable to serve, on to 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down the line. And as you may appreciate, the financial burden of relocating, if one needs to relocate to Juneau, is available to a number of challenges, just the inventory of housing, the cost of housing. So just the financial wherewithal to serve mitigates potentially the ability of an intended successor in that order of succession to serve. For the C-level addition, the thought was, well, that's very expensive. Corporate level, C-level executives that can provide that assurance, we see 2 problems. One is that's a very expensive position to maintain throughout the year. So that's an additional FTE at that high rate. And that's a burden on the tribe's finances when the President Peterson has been very good in leaning the overhead, the G&A burden on the tribe, and that emphasis will continue, but we still have to serve an expanding portfolio with the elected officials and with the senior level service that is responsive to that need. So that didn't seem to be really a viable option because of the added cost burden. So what we finally achieved consensus opinion on was that we would provide that the tribal assembly intentionally elect the official who would succeed the president. That would be the first vice president, and that we would precisely define the duties of office. And this would assure the tribal assembly that all of the duties of the president would be fulfilled without interruption. It would provide assurance to our partners, whether they're governmental or commercial, and would provide without a ramp-up period of education someone that understands all the complexities, all the nuances, all the understandings that can't always be on paper for maintaining that office until the next election can occur. And that, we think, serves to maintain the responsibility and the accountability to tribal assembly delegates. So the consensus proposal was to provide for the election of a first vice president. So today we elect a president, and then we have a next election of the candidates that are put themselves forward for executive council, and we elect 1 through 6. Any candidate that was a nominee for president that was not successful would be conveyed over to that election for vice presidents. So those two elections, the proposal is to put in between that as an election after the election of president and before the election of the remaining vice presidents, the election of the first vice president. That election, the first vice president, would be the same as the election for president, meaning there's one position for election. So the candidate would be elected as the president is elected, but his duty would be that as first vice president, he would be the known successor to the president if for any reason that that transition should be needed. And then once that's accomplished, then the next election is of the remaining 5 positions for vice president. It would be conducted as is done today. All the nominees, qualified candidates who put their hat in the ring for election would be elected in order, 50% plus 1 majority. First one to get it is elected, and then on down until all 5 positions are filled. The change in that is that they would not be numbered. There would not be a 2 through 5 vice president. There would just be 5 vice presidents. And I can tell you that that number of president can sometimes be a little daunting when you're in a consultation or a meeting with the administration or the Congress, and they look down and see 4th vice president or 6th vice president or 2nd vice president. We know that on the executive council, that doesn't make a difference, but sometimes it makes a difference for others outside of our society and our governance. So that is the election and succession amendment proposed by motion to the tribal assembly. It is affected in Article 4 of the Constitution, Article 4 governing body. In Section 1A is the revision language, in B for executive council. And then in following that 2 and the new 1 and 2, the language provides precision as to the first vice president and their duties. And then in the numerate 2, finally, again, the language for the first vice president and the election of the executive officers, who are the remainder of the 5, I want to say the remainder, the 5 vice presidents that would fulfill that office. Following that, in Article 6, you see the language in your packet. I should be more precise. The Article 4, Section 1 in B is on page 96 of your packet. The remainder of that section is on page 97. The Article 6 governing body elections is shown between page 97 to 98. And then the rules of election changes in Rule 18. And that's on page 98. So that is the election and succession amendment put forward by the committee. So I'll now move on to the last one. Again, we'll take questions following this last presentation. And this is the elected representation amendments. This is beginning in your packet on page 102. Again, this is all under tab 9, page 102, elected representation amendments. So I'm going to try to be very concise here. So there are 4 proposals put forward. Each one is intended to be considered on its own. And in that consideration on its own is the reason it achieved consensus with the committee for 1, 2, and 3. 4 was not consensus, it was a majority, affirmative majority. And again, each of these are intended to be considered on their own successively by tribal assembly. The committee did not desire to make a recommendation or a preference among them. We wanted the tribal assembly to apply their wisdom and discretion as to whether they wish to adopt all of these, one of these, more of these. That is your that is at your discretion, and that's your plenary power to do that. I will give you a background on why these came forward in their proposals. So on page 103, begins the consensus proposal number 1. And this looked at the question of rounding with the ratio used in the apportionment of delegates in the rules of election, Rule 3, and our practice in the rules of election as they are now stated is that for the applying the ratio, which right now unamended is 200 qualified voters on the official voting list of a community constitutes the allocation of 1 delegate. And if you have more than that 200, but less than the next delegate of 400, if you have more than the 200, whatever the number, that means that formula results in a not a whole number, but a fraction, number with a fraction. So if you have if your ratio applying the 200 ratio to your number of qualified voters and you get 1.5, the practice is to round up so that community, that's a bad example because there's a floor. Sorry. Let's say you have 10 and you have 10.5 delegates. The practice is to round up so that community is allocated 11 delegates. No matter what that fraction is, from 0.01, whatever, up to 10.9999, you get the extra delegate because the fractions are rounded up to the nearest, to the next whole number. So the committee reviewed this and decided that the consensus supported changing this practice in Rule 3 to round down instead of round up. The effect of this, just by itself, is a decrease in the number of delegates, but it seemed a reasonable way to affect a decrease without prejudice as to community or location or size or what have you. The result is based on the 2024 qualified voting list, and that voting list changes every year, so it won't be true next year, is a reduction of 8 delegates. Just the rounding down, there were 8 less delegates allocated to communities. So this is consensus proposal number 1. In Rule 3 is that the rounding be a rounding down to the next whole number rather than a rounding up to the next whole number. Consensus proposal number 3 is to, 2, is to amend the rules of election, thank you, to lower the maximum number of delegates allocated to a recognized community. So in Rule 3, apportionment of delegates, what is now 25 is the maximum number of delegates for all communities, would be changed to 12. Now, keep in mind, this is a standalone. If the only thing that the Tribal Assembly did was to adopt this proposal number 2, the committee was able to achieve consensus that this would be a good measure in accomplishing the purposes of the committee as charged by Tribal Assembly. And we'll see why I'm trying to state that clearly, because proposal number 4 would change that. But just by itself, for all communities, if that total maximum of the number of delegates per community would be reduced from 25 to 12. Consensus proposal number 3 is to amend the rules of election to adjust the allocation formula to increase the number of eligible voters required to allocate to a community. This is on page 105 of your package. So instead of 200, which is the existing number used for that determination of allocation of delegates, would be increased to 275. The effect is to reduce the number of delegates because you have a higher number used in factoring from the total number of qualified voters on the community voting list. And again, this is standalone. If the Tribal Assembly did nothing else, changing this number from 200 to 275 achieved the consensus of the committee. All agreed that this would be a good measure for adoption. So here we come to the one that, and the reason I tried to be careful on the first 3, this is majority proposal number 4. So majority proposal number 4 on page 106 of your packet did not achieve consensus. We all did not agree on this. This was a majority vote. And the majority vote supported that there be a number of changes all together in this proposal that merited the majority vote. And of course, by that was a reason for a minority position. The proposal is to amend the rules of election so that, as we described, the elected officials unambiguously represent the territory and jurisdiction of Tlingit and Haida by establishing a separate allocation methodology, meaning different in number, from the recognized communities outside of Southeast. So inside Southeast, one set of numbers determining elected representatives, and outside of Southeast, a different methodology. So within the Southeast Territory, within the territory of the tribe, the proposal was, then this is number 4, that the ratio for determining the allocation of delegates be increased to 275, and that any number in that determination be rounded down instead of rounded up. That the minimum number of delegates per recognized community shall be 2, so that's not a change. but the maximum number is 20. And that was proposal number 4 for in the territory, for the territory of Tlingit Haida, which is the communities inside of Southeast Alaska. And that is proposal number 4 is all of those changes together. The second part of this proposal number 4 is for the allocation methodology for recognized communities outside of Southeast Alaska. The number of eligible voters would be also increased from 200 to 275, so that's the same. Again, rounded down to a whole number, or the next whole number. That's the same. The minimum number of delegates per recognized community, 2. So that's the same as within the territory. However, the significant change is the last one, that the maximum number of delegates shall be 4. So that changes from the current number of 25 and sets it at 4. Again, this proposal number 4 is to be considered on its own. And the reason that it is a majority and not consensus is because a number of factors were considered together as a part of this proposal. The recommendation of the committee was that these 4, that these in elected and representation, that the election and succession amendments and the elected representation amendments be taken successively one by one in order. So tomorrow, in general order, in regular order, the tribal assembly, in considering the motions advanced to them by the committee report, would first consider the election and succession amendment. And again, that is the election of a first vice president having a separate election and clear duties as the first action. The second action would be considering the elected representation amendments, again in order. So number 1 would be the what is it? The rounding down of the fraction. So consider that, put that to a vote. Number 2, consensus proposal, the ratio 200 to 275, put that to a vote. Then consensus proposal 3, put that to a vote, which is the 200 to 275. I'm sorry, that number 2 was reducing the maximum from 25 to 12. I got the stink eye over there about my error. So correcting myself. Number 2, reducing the maximum for all communities. Number 3 is increasing the ratio from 200 to 275. And then finally consider 4 with a number of changes together. So let's just game plan this. If the assembly adopted all of these amendments in succession, when you got to majority proposal number 4, it would prevail. And when I say prevail, the maximum number of delegates would be 20 in the territories, and outside of the territory of Southeast Alaska, 4, which would prevail over proposal number 2, which would be where you had previously changed the maximum number from 25 to 12. The reason is because that was for all communities. And now in number 4, you're considering other factors. You're dividing between territory inside Southeast community and communities outside the territory outside of Southeast. So that is that would make sense. Now, of course, when I say that, the tribal assembly has at its discretion just to take up in a single motion all of the proposed amendments and consider them in a single motion. that is your choice. If anyone objects, then you can pull out the ones objected to and you can do them again in order. The committee just suggested in order because it would make clear what you're voting on and the effect of what you're voting on as you progress through the proposed motions. So that is the election and succession amendments and the elected representative amendments. That completes the reading of the report. That's a requirement for Robert's rules. And we are now available to questions and to caucus among the delegates. I would just I would recommend that the Q&A be to the meaning, intent, and effect, and not on debate, because tomorrow, when this is in regular order and a subject of motion and second, that will be the time for debate on the merits of the proposals. But we are available for clarifications and discussion on the intent and meaning of the committee report. And with that, I'll turn it back to our session chair. Where are you? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Micklin. We'll now take some discussion on the readings that Will just completed reading. The readings earlier were finished that Maddie had read. So this will be your time for discussion of what Will had proposed. And all like Will said, this is now the time for caucusing. We have a very sharp 5 p.m. deadline today. And I will start recognizing delegates. I will start with Anchorage delegate. First, she asked.
This is Shirley Kendall, Anchorage, Alaska. I wanted to get a more clear picture of the system that's going to be used, that's suggested if something happens to the president, about the vice president taking that place. It wasn't really clear to me. I thought I heard that whoever runs for president, and if there's more than one candidate, then the candidate that didn't win will be the first vice president? Or do we have a special election just for that particular position, and then the other vice presidents then are numbered? And then the other question I have is about the 275 that you want to use. Is it there's going to be one question that applies to Southeast only, and then we vote again on another one for outside of Southeast? I just need a clarification on those.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I can probably get through the first question fine. So as it stands right now, we elect one president alone on the ballot. After that election, we elect 6 vice presidents in succession 1 through 6. The first vice being the next one in line to take over the tribe if something happens to the sitting president. Proposed in the amendments is we elect a president as normal, but the next vote would be for the first vice president only on a standalone ballot. One who believes he can succeed the president if something was to make the president not able to run. After that election, we'll elect vice presidents 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And they will not have a number attached to their vice presidency. They will just be considered vice presidents. Did that help your question with the presidents, ma'am? Thank you. And I will refer to Will on the 275 number.
If you could clarify, the 275 we vote on for Southeast delegates only, and then have another vote to determine the 275 for outside of Southeast. Do I have that right?
Thank you, Shirley. So proposal number 2 proposes a change from the number 200 to increase to 275. That applies to all communities and without a division between territory, communities within territory or without. It applies to all communities. Proposal number 4, among other things, includes an increase of that number from 200 to 275. There is a division between communities within the territory of Southeast Alaska and those without, but the number is the same. It proposes the same 275 for both. So there's no difference between within territory and without territory for communities regarding that number, the ratio number of 275. And I just wanted to thank you, Shirley, for your question on the first vice president. I think I might not have covered that when in the circumstance that the first vice president assumes the duties of president, that first vice president would be the president, but would serve only until the next tribal assembly. He would not fulfill the duties of office for the remainder of the term. It would be until the next tribal assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Kind of a follow-up to that.
Name
before-
and community first, please. Thank you.
Francis Andrews. Just a quick follow-up, just for clarification, and then I have other questions. The election for the remaining vice presidents would follow the normal procedure. Okay. thank you.
Yes, 2 through 6 would follow the normal procedure if it's adopted.
Goodness, Chief, thank you. So I have a few questions, and I think I just want to start with maybe getting clarification. I know our Constitution Committee Chair started by saying that we could adopt all, some, or a combination of the proposed amendments. And I think I wanted to add or maybe get clarification on whether or not we could just choose to adopt none of them. I know that wasn't shared. And maybe that's just common knowledge, but you said all, some, or a combination of. Is it fair to say we could also adopt none or choose to adopt none?
I believe you could make the motion to adopt none.
Okay, thank you.
That's not going to be my session.
Gonna choose, thank you.
Will can give you some clarity.
Yeah, the answer is no. No, I'm kidding. I kid you. So the tribal assembly, in its absolute discretion, can vote no on any of these proposals, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, or what have you. You can also amend the proposals. An amendment to the proposal put forward by the committee, once amended, would also carry the majority standard for consent. So because you amend it, doesn't change that it's a majority instead of a 2/3 standard for consent. The one issue I would have is I don't believe you're able to, you can't move the disapproval of resolution of the motions, you can move the motion and speak against it and seek its defeat. But you wouldn't be able to move that all four get set aside. So let me be clear on a couple of things. One is because it's a constitutional convention, we have to deal with the motion, so it is not available to a motion to commit indefinitely. It has to be considered and disposed of by the tribal assembly convened in a constitutional convention. And that's pretty much it. I think likely there may be some limitation on debate, just so we have everyone can have a couple of shots at debate, but then, move our way through the resolutions by the end of the day, because we have to get to all of them by the end of the day. But it should be plenty of time for discussion and debate. So if that's helpful.
Thank you. So to get to my question on the presentation, so I am a delegate that participated in the listening sessions, and I think I spoke at one of them to say, wow, I'm really confused. And that was after hours of reviewing the materials as presented, and then taking me back to the question that I have today. When you were going over the proposed election and succession amendments, and I went to review those. I kept trying to compare them back to our existing constitution, and it took me reviewing the table 3 or 4 sections of before that to realize that the election and succession proposed amendments are actually presented to us on what appears to be the technical amendments document, with what I would guess is the assumption that we're going to approve the technical amendments before moving to the election and succession amendments. And so I think my question would then be, and again, I'm not trying to burden our Constitution Committee, but is there not also a document that proposes the election and succession amendments on our Constitution as it still stands? It just, again, is really confusing for me, or was confusing for me when looking at the election and succession amendments. And then I have a follow-up.
Thank you. So the question is, it's in the original Constitution under the technical amendments, and it also follows up in the election of the president and succession.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I guess trying to simplify what I'm saying is what we have in our packet, the election and succession amendments, aren't actually redlined on our Constitution as it's currently proposed. They're actually redlined to our Constitution should the technical amendments in full pass during tomorrow's session. So I think in follow up to that statement, I'm wondering if there is a copy of the election and succession amendments on our Constitution as it currently stands. As it's presented, it's assuming that the technical, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, so I don't want to be asserting myself. If there could be clarification, I apologize.
So you are correct that the base language for the election and succession amendments and the elected representation amendments is as if the technical amendments were adopted. And in discussing this and trying to present the information to the delegates, there was a lot of information, a lot of red lines going back and forth. So it was a decision to try and best communicate that. If there's a request for an alternate presentation, I only want to say I cannot guarantee what is going to make sense in that version. So I just want
vice presidents other than the first vice president. It just doesn't list second, third, fourth. And it just seems so cumbersome to keep listing second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth in the constitutional provision. There are just 5 vice presidents, and it's immaterial that they're numbered 2 through 6. So in this, I thought even if those proposals in election and succession are defeated, I would still prefer this language in here because it's really nobody's business but ours that they're numbered 2 through 5. What is important is the first vice president's duties, and the markup in here is exactly what we do today if the president should, for some reason, need the first vice president to step in. Those changes in the technical amendments are accurate and just more, in my view, more clearly stated. So I appreciate the question, and I would just suggest that in the economy of language, using and 5 vice presidents is superior to listing and second vice president and third vice president and fourth vice president down to the end.
Thank you. Did you get clarity on your question?
Yes, and well, no, I will add that our Constitution Committee Chair took us back to proposed language, but I think General Counsel shared what it was I was trying to bring forward, and simply it is that this is confusing. If I had wanted to better understand and prepare myself to look at election and succession amendments, it would not have been on the assumption that the technical amendments were adopted as is. So it's hard for me when doing a side-by-side analysis, and has been up until this date. So I don't want to create problems behind the microphone, but I would ask just one final question, and it's, again, very confusing to me when shared how we're going to approach the 4 and moving to the optional 4 changes to our delegation. So, and maybe you're going to have to explain this again. If we look at option number 1 and we don't like it, and then would we then move to option number 2 and maybe we don't like that, or we really like that? Does that mean option number 3 and 4 are just done?
No, we will vote on all 4 amendments. And number 4 will supersede all if it passes. That is the clarity I got earlier from the Constitution Committee Chair.
So then my last, I guess, ask would be that maybe we throw all 4 into a hat and we pick which one starts first, because it just doesn't feel very safe to me that what I think to be the most detrimental to this body would be the last option for us to look at. And again, I'm not sure why the 4 were prioritized in the order that they were, but given it that it was the minority, maybe we should discuss number 4 first. Thank you.
Jackie, nope.
Oh,
Andrew is next.
I want to clarify the response. Okay, never mind.
Andrew is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Strobel, Seattle Delegate. With respect to the, all due respect with the Constitution Committee Chair, I just want to articulate, going back to our executive summary in the report, which is the last part on page 3. And I'll read the last sentence. The committee agrees all proposals are feasible and reasonable and does not state a preference for one proposal over another in deference to the authority and discretion of the tribal assembly. And Mr. Chair, I know you, it's a tough job up there to represent all of us in a committee, especially probably the minority of a committee. And so I just want to articulate that that the committee had a charge. The committee put forth proposals for the tribal assembly to consider without any due pass recommendation of these proposals. They were put forward in a manner consistent with the last sentence of the executive report. So I just want to clarify that as a nuance of when we talk about consensus and what we are consensus-ing about. So I just want to respectfully, Mr. Chair, clarify that as a person who represented the minority, at least on one, and what respectfully I consensus to for the other parts. So it doesn't necessarily require a response, Mr. Chair, but I mean, I welcome it, but I just want to be very clear about the nuance of what we have proposed in front of Tribal Assembly and how we presented it to them is not necessarily quote unquote. I think you said something along the lines of some level of endorsement or that they could be seen in good form of adoption. I just want to make that clear.
Well, thank you. And I agree with your statement that the committee, and I too read that line during my summary, but that the committee in putting forward these proposals did not convey a preference of do adopt as a recommendation of the committee. The committee put forward these as recommendations for consideration by the tribal assembly without that preference. And it is meaningful. And I thank you for pointing that out. The reason for considering each of those proposals on the elected representative one by one was because consensus was achieved, just because if that were the only change, that would be okay. And with the committee members, and I think you would agree with that. The recommendations are a report of the committee to the body. So by effect of that recommendation, they are put to the floor for as motions to the tribal assembly for their disposal of those recommendations. So those will be put forward tomorrow. There will be a main motion, and it doesn't need a second, but the debate then occurs, and then the recommendations of each delegate speaking for or against the motions are in order. Amendments are in order. But I agree with you. Let's underline the fact that the committee did not convey this with a please do adopt recommendation as you would ordinarily hear with a committee meeting. And that was in deference to that we didn't achieve consensus on all of these matters, even though it was just the last one. We recognize the right of the minority, and we thank you for that. We thank you for the minority letter you put in to into the package, and we hope that's meaningful to the assembly, and I thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The second one, my second question follow-up is a process-oriented question. So all of the Constitution Committee proposals are going to be seen as motions on the floor tomorrow. How, and we're going to resolve each one of those. Will delegates have the ability to either one, amend in free form, or will they be required to, after the resolution of those questions, introduce separate amendments that were not part of the Constitutional Committee's proposal to be considered a separate question?
Yeah. Amendments to any of the proposed or motions to change amendment would be.
Well, I just want to make sure that they would be, if there are amendments to the Constitution Committee's recommendation, that are those in regular order or?
Yes, they're in regular order. So the one caveat is we'll have a rule of order as part of the motion that the motion put forward for debate can be amended as a subsidiary motion to the main motion as an amendment to the main motion, but we'll limit those amendments to one at a time, just because we don't want subsidiary motions nested to an order of 20 or 25, it becomes very confusing. So it's not intended to influence the disposal of the motions. It is intended to make sure that everyone clearly understands what is on the floor for their consideration. So when the motion is available for debate, anyone may make an amendment to it, but we'll need to vote on that amendment first and dispose of it before another amendment can be made. So we'll just do that one at a time, disposing of amendment after amendment until folks are done with amendments, and then vote on the main motion.
And that's just an informal rule that we're adopting because I think Robert's rules allows 2 amendments to one underlying motion.
It's the rule for limit on debate.
Okay, and
So
that's in the rules of order.
yeah, and that can be approved by majority vote.
Okay.
We were just hoping for unanimous consent because in the last constitutional convention, we had like 20 amendments to the main motion, and it was incredibly difficult for folks to understand what each vote meant as we progressed back to the main motion. So in my view, that doesn't change the ability of folks to make amendments. It just means we need to dispose of it before the next amendment comes. Now, to answer your second question, once all of the motions are disposed of from the committee report, once all that is done, then we'll be taking amendments from the floor for amendments to the Constitution that didn't meet the previous notice requirement. They can be made, but they will have the 2/3 standard for consent instead of majority. And that's the constitutional requirement for amendments to the Constitution without previous notice.
Is the amendment, if a delegate introduces an amendment to the Constitution Committee's one of the motions on the floor of the Constitution Committee, that amendment would be subject, since doesn't have previous notice, it would be subject to a 2/3 vote. Is that correct?
No, that's part of the main motion.
No, I'm talking about not the main motion. I'm talking about the amending motion. So if you're amending something on the Constitutional Committee, it was not given prior notice, it should be subject to a 2/3.
Well, I don't know whether you're talking about subsidiary motion or a new main motion.
Subsidiary motion.
So the subsidiary motion goes with the main motion. So if it's a motion from the committee report, then that is satisfied previous notice, and the amendment is voted on the standard of consent for the main motion, which is majority. So each of those progresses until the main motion is disposed of. Again, majority vote standard. Any new motion that was not a part of the report, that hadn't satisfied the January 16th previous notice requirement, would be considered under the 2/3 standard.
Okay.
But any amendment to a motion resulting from the report goes with the main motion standard of consent, which is majority.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Alexander. I'm a Sitka delegate. I have a question that has to do with the election of the first vice president. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Constitutional Committee for all of this work. It's tremendous. The other thing I want to say is I have nothing against Juneau. I was born here, okay? But I believe that there should have been a consideration of housing for a first vice president that is elected that may not live in Juneau. We don't want to break them financially. They might be serving only 1 month or 2 months, and 1 or 2 months in a motel can add up. I think, if we're truly looking at this as an option, Juneau will always have the inside track unless in the future we make housing accommodation available. And I think if we're building our tribe on this, that's something that's worth considering, because good first vice president could come from anywhere. And I think it deserves consideration, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about it, if you did consider it, or will you in the future?
Thank you for that question, Pat. My belief as one of the executive council members is we probably would refer that to executive council if that ever happened. It'd be up to that body to decide if they want to help supply housing to the first vice president if the elected president wasn't able to serve his term. I would like to hope to think that the executive committee would do their due diligence to help that person with housing, because the housing market's very tough and probably very expensive in general compared to possibly in the villages. So I think if something happened to the president, most likely it would be out of assembly. And during that time, the executive committee would be acting as tribal assembly. I think it would be up to that body to make a determination on to help the incoming president seek housing.
Mr. Chair, I think that we could also plan for it too, as this body, so that it's not relying on having to be quick on your feet if a catastrophe happens. We can plan for it, just like the big boys do, you know? And that's something that I would like to see, you know?
Tomorrow would be the day that you're able to put that on the floor for consideration.
Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I've actually been a fan of identifying who our first VP is and having just vice presidents. But I'm also curious if we've considered the way that some other bodies do it, where all of the VPs are equal, and if something happens, then they meet and decide amongst themselves who steps in, because I know that situations change for folks as the time from when you were elected. Something may have changed in your life, and I think that it should just be a fluid process. So I have that. And I know that during one of the listening sessions, I had asked if we had considered, and I'm curious if it was considered, that delegates are elected from where they're enrolled with a tribe. So for example, I'm from Cluck-One, I'm enrolled with Cluck-One, that instead of where I currently reside, that be the basis of where you get elected from. And then,
If I may, that's probably more of a question for enrollment, but I might be able to take a stab at it, and it's kind of depends on your mailing address and physical address, what community you can be elected out of. Is that right? Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah, I know that it would
Yeah.
take some work
Right, it
to
would need some work,
identify.
yes.
I'm very aware.
Yep.
But we have been reviewing this for 2 years, so there was time.
Mm.
But and I know that when it was announced that we were going to have a constitutional convention and the discussion of reduction of delegates was going to be part of that conversation, it was discussed as a money-saving measure, but I don't see any budgets attached to these recommendations of what would the savings actually be. And so I did try to reach out a little bit to get that information, and it sounds like it's not available, and would be happy to be corrected if that's not the case. But I feel like some of these recommendations really pit us community against community, which is very frustrating for me. I have very consistently said representation matters, and this body has said it, and we've said it to other governments. Representation matters. And I learn from all of you. So whether you like me or not, I am this way because of my interactions with you. So I think that when we diminish the voice of our people that help provide guidance for our government, we're doing ourselves a disservice. But that doesn't mean I'm not open to the conversation. So I really would like to see the driving force behind these recommendations as a budget saving measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, we will, no, sorry. Paulette.
I'd like to find the chair $1, please. Take Unyake, Paulette Marino, Sheetka, Sitka, Delegate, Alquan woman. And before you at this time, just say Alklain Gunish Chish on this land for everyone who has participated and released these words. Also through the chair, thank you to the Constitution Committee Chair, the Constitution Committee, all those who participated in listening sessions and those that have read through the paperwork. And a special thank you through the chair to Maddie and her team for doing such a good job presenting today. With that, I just have a clarifying question, Mr. Chair. So we have the recommendation from the Constitution Committee before us. These three considered consensus recommendations, and then a fourth one. As we go through this, if the body, because this is up to the body, decides to amend one of the presented proposals, does that amendment need a 2/3 vote by the entire body? That is my first question.
I'm getting a no. That does not require that. It will require a majority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is required a majority. So if a delegate or community decides to bring forward another idea, that one that did not meet the requirements of 90 days, that one does need a 2/3 majority to have airtime on the floor. Is that correct?
It would need 2/3 majority for consideration, yes.
For consideration, thank you.
Or to
Mr.
make the floor for the vote. That type of consideration.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jackie Peta, Juneau Delegate. Could you please? No. I just wanted to make a clarifying response to one of the previous questions, and that was the question regarding what the presentation of the materials in the report in the order, and the report including the question about the election the election, why was it drafted on the drafted version of the technical amendments? And part of that was because the committee had already completed the technical amendments first, and that issue came up after. So what you see in the report is just the order of the business that we actually took up the issues came forward. And so there was no magic, or there was no other kinds of issues, particularly like even in the option 1, 2, 3, 4, they just actually were 1, 2, 3, 4 as they came up in the discussion. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenneth Chish, thank you. Francis Andrews, again, and I actually just wanted to take a moment to apologize for how I presented the 4 options in a hat. That really wasn't, in my opinion, appropriate. And I really do honor and appreciate the opportunity to be a delegate in this room. I think it would be fair to say it was likely the result of frustration and sadness, but I really did need to come forward and acknowledge that my intention really was to, I think, put voice to and ask the question of what the process would be to reorganize the order in which we took a look at those. And again, really just emphasize my intention wasn't to disrespect the Constitution Committee or the hard work of the administration staff supporting the process. And so I just wanted to circle back that probably wasn't appropriate for me to do, but could we maybe get the answer to the question as to how to reorganize, how we approach those? Should we want to reorganize the options when we consider them? Ganeshish, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the apology. And if the chair thought you out order, I would have let you know. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate. And for clarification and to clear up my confusion, because maybe I wasn't listening the whole time. However, what I heard Will say, or the way my perspective, is that when we take up these 4 options tomorrow, if we vote on number 2 and that passes, then we move down to number 3. Maybe we won't pass number 3, but then we decide to pass number 4, then we're not doing what we voted on in number 2.
Correct. It changes the vote for number 2.
It changes, so even if this body chooses number 2, number 4 will override that choice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They'll be voted on in succession 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if
I guess
all
I'm
3,
wondering
if
if
1,
we
2, and
decide-
3 pass and 4 passes, 4 will supersede 1, 2, and 3. That's what I've learned from Mr. Micklin.
So, okay, if we pass number 2, why would we vote on the rest of them?
Because the objective of the committee was to provide proposals that had achieved consensus. And the only way to achieve consensus on those proposals was to put them forward on their own. So for example, the limit on the number of delegates allocated to a community in proposal number 2 is 12, reducing from 25 to 12. But in proposal number 4, if adopted, would change the maximum for in the territory communities to 20 and outside to 4 with other changes. So it's a entirely different environment. So if you adopt number 2 for a change from 25 to 12, and that's for all communities without regard to in territory or not, then that change would be affected by number 4 because it's an entirely different circumstance from number 2. We put forward that way because we want a consensus. We knew that each of these would have a profound impact on the assembly, and if any one of these was adopted, it would be a benefit. So we wanted consensus and we wanted proposals that provided real, in our view, benefit to the communities, and that's why we put them forward one by one. It's up to the delegates to determine whether they're going to adopt them, amend them, or reject them. So I can't give you parliamentary advice, but that was the intent behind it and the effect.
Okay. I think I've got it.
Mr. Chair, the first question I have is.
Could I get your name and
Oh, I'm
community,
so
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
Kevin Allen, Juneau delegate.
Thank you.
My first question about Mr. Micklin's comment about what would be in order once we get to proposals 1, 2, 3, and 4. I wanted to understand, you said tabling would not be in order, but would that also include indefinite postponement as also being out of order?
So postponing to an indefinite time is not in order because those those recommendations as motions have to be disposed of by tribal assembly. Now, you can table to a time certain. It'd have to be before the end of the assembly, but, consider if you table that motion to 4:59 on Friday, we still have to vote on it. And nobody wants to vote on 4 proposals in 1 minute before we rise at 5 o'clock. So there's certainly flexibility to table to a time certain, but they will be taken from the table because it is the imperative of the Constitutional Convention to dispose of those motions.
And so indefinite postponement is not a method of disposal for
Which is
these
not in
bills.
order.
Okay. My second question is not parliamentary related. I don't know if it would be a constitutional committee or what have you, is that looking at all the examples or the tribes on page 118 and 119 and 120, the thing I noticed similar among all of them with the council size is that none of them say delegates. I was curious if there's any other tribes that have a structure like this, because hearing from the presentations, it sounds like we want to learn a lot from the tribes down south, but in terms of a tribal assembly, I don't. Is there another example?
I am not aware of another tribe in the country that elects a body that calls itself delegates and that has a representation of this size. There are, as you can see, looking through the chart, there are a lot of different examples, but I'm not aware of anything comparable.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will follow up to say that some are really similar. They don't use the word delegate. They use council member or some other label for it. But they are similar in that they have a Republican form of government where the citizens elect representatives and their representatives elect an executive or a higher function, along with an election of an executive authority and having a judicial branch adjudicating issues of controversy, mediating the branches of government, or just controversies as they arise from the tribe. Probably the closest one would be Navajo. Navajo's chapters, and they elect their chapter representatives. They have their chapter officers, but we didn't rely much on there's no Navajo here, are there? Hope this is closed to the Navajo internet. But they are particularly unsuccessful in the relationship between their chapters and their central governing body. It is a real mess. And so we didn't take many lessons from them, but they are closely, if unsuccessfully, affiliated or similar to what we do.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I'm not seeing any other clarifying questions at this time, so I'd like to make use of our time and call for time for caucus.
All right, thank you for the request, Mr. Sanderson. Knowing the Southeast Caucus is out the door through the halls across the street, up an elevator that's very slow. We were stuck in the elevator because they locked us out of the 3rd floor the first night. Is there any other regions that want to caucus? Because I could ask that you caucus at the same time to limit the caucusing to maybe one body of caucus here. I would allow, I think we figured it was at least a 10-minute one-way trek to the courtroom and maybe a half an hour caucus. So I would allow up to 50 minutes for the Southeast Caucus. Thank you.
So for caucusing, I would actually like to see a new delegate caucus, even though I'm not a new delegate, but anyone who hasn't been to a constitutional convention before, because I'd really like to hear the recommendations from that group. So just a recommendation to those of you that are new to tribal assembly and that you haven't been to a constitutional convention with us before, I'm most interested in hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. I will take Andrew very quick and then I will allow the caucus.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to have a, if you are confused caucus. Not set by geography, if you are confused. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I am not confused.
Okay.
I know exactly what I'm doing up here.
No, I mean for anybody in the tribal assembly, Mr. Chair.
So we'll caucus, the Southeast Caucus will convene back here in order at 3:12. No, I'm sorry. 3:30. Yeah, 50 minutes. 3:30, 3:30.
It's up.
Am I able to go to any caucus I want?
the caucus.
I mean, I spent my life following.
Whatever caucus
It's
that
up
we
to
go,
them.
it's up to them.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's up to them.
Oh,
But I have a form that has to be submitted today and notarized. What?
I hope they take the time to caucus today because we're there tomorrow. and push the agenda. Great job.
Well, you can go to the ones that let you go. You can't go if they don't want you there. They're not open. Well, it's their caucus. They get to decide who they want in the caucus. Like if they say this is the Juno caucus, it might be Juno. Or sometimes they say they don't care. In here. But it just depends what they want to talk about.
oh, okay.
See, that's what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I was trying to help you find your phone.
Oh, no, I got it.
Oh, okay.
themselves based off of long.
I don't know. Where? I'm just doing this for the microphone.
Hello, we are here caucusing as if you are confused. Oh.
Oh. Hello? I don't want to be on the big speaker, please. I would like to be on our own.
It's going to be an
Thank you.
echo too.
She's getting, she.
So I don't know if it answers your question. I think
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
vote unless you live on that reservation. That is what we're being compared to.
I'm not a delegate, but for those of you who aren't delegates, we're still in session. So you need to stay in the back and please keep your conversations down. It may seem like they're visiting, but they're caucusing and doing important work.
I can't answer that question. It was called by Southeast, Keenan, Sanderson, Ketchikan called for a Southeast Alaska caucus. We were told you had credentials that matched your community where you came from. Mine's Craig, that's a Southeast community. That's what I was told by the parliamentarians, that if they call a Southeast caucus, it is for the purpose of the caucuses of Southeast Alaska. As far as keeping you out of a public place, I'm not at liberty to tell you, no, you can't go into a Clinton Haida building. I'm sure there'll be,
that Jack Haida singled out, and she told me that I had to leave, that I wasn't Southeast, and she was very rude about it. And
what community do you live in?
I live in Anchorage, but
Okay.
it doesn't mean that I don't vote for Southeast community issues because
I understand.
it-
I'm not here to debate where somebody can be standing or sitting or entering. If I can't tell you you can't go on sacred grounds, or I can't tell you you can't go across the street to the third floor. Southeast Caucus might ask you to leave. Thank you. Mr. President.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think I can answer this. We were asked to provide spaces for caucusing. There was a couple unfortunate incidents last year. This has gone on like every year where we've had caucuses and then other people go into them and then there's arguments over who's allowed in or not. We were asked to provide spaces that caucuses could go into. Any caucuses, we have a space over here at the Gaja Hit Building, we have one over at the Tribal Court, and those caucuses can decide who's in their caucus or not. To me, I mean, if you want to force your way into a caucus, I guess you can try to do that. We were asked that Sergeant at Arms enforce those caucuses as they were called. So if you called a women's caucus, and if I was a delegate, I as a male delegate couldn't go in. It's up to those caucuses to decide who's caucusing. So it was an ask, we honored it. I don't even understand actually why it's an issue. If you want to caucus with them, go ask if we could have a joint caucus. Go ask to have whatever caucus you want.
It was automatically within a minute, maybe a minute and a half that I got in here that I was singled out.
We are in caucus time right now. I left my caucus as a delegate to come here to answer questions. I'd like to go back to my caucus. As the chair, I will rule that if Southeast calls a caucus, it's for Southeast Alaska delegates. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Juliana from the Anchorage area.
I think you're over speaking on their caucus. Now is not the time for floor questions. It's a time for caucusing.
Well, I'm gonna say something because I've always been online and I've always had the room open. Nobody's never shut the door on us. And this year I came here and witnessing this and I don't understand it because it's never been like that online. I feel like there's
The caucusing rooms?
I've always been able to just go inside each room. Nobody has closed the door and saying, Julie, you can't be in this room. Online, it's different. You know, I noticed that there's less people online there than there was the other years, but this is the first time witnessing a division here.
I don't think to me, it's not a
Are
big
you-
issue if Southeast Alaska calls a caucus and it's only Southeast Alaska people. If you guys are like, you guys are allowed to ask to be in the Southeast caucus.
I've been coming to these for 40 years plus, and I have never been booted out from any caucus that I ever wanted to go visit at any time. No one has ever asked me to leave. And until last year, and I was sworn at twice to get the F out of there, that I didn't belong.
Well, I apologize that you were sworn at last year. You'll not get sworn at by a chair this year. But if Southeast Alaska calls for a caucus, that caucus should be representative of Southeast Alaska. I think it's always been that way throughout the years. Thank you. About 3 minutes. We'll be back to order. 3 minutes. Okay, about 1 minute, delegates. 1 minute. Jason? Check on Veronica, please. Middle row. We will wait. Thank you. Thank you all for coming back. We're gonna give Miss Dalton about 5 more minutes to gather herself before she comes back in. Thank you. Five minutes like he asked for at 52. Huh? No, we're not voting anyway. Okay, with all due respect to Miss Dalton, I gave her her 5 minute asked. We will come back into session. Before we had left for caucus, we were at the point in the committee as a whole as to questions that were read on the election and succession amendments and electoral representation. Here comes Veronica. I'll let her get seated. Are there any discussion items? Yes.
I don't know if it's a comment for discussion.
Name and community, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Andrews, Anchorage. Born and raised in Juneau. First time to a conventional, a Constitution convention. And just maybe not a question, but since we're in the committee of the committees, I can't remember what it is we're doing, and I really thought it would be very informal. Representing our people is incredibly challenging. And I think I asked somebody if we could caucus as a whole group. And I will even offer that as we broke into caucuses an hour ago, I asked if I could join the Southeast Caucus. And I think it's really important. I'm old, but I'm not too old. And I'm not too young to say that when we demonstrate through our caucusing a division in such a way that to me felt very apparent, it's hard to not look at what we have to do tomorrow through a lens of through the budgets to protect our jurisdiction, to make the changes that we need to. And I don't know if there's any value to what I'm sharing today. And I accept it for what it was. And I know it's 100 years of history and how we caucus by region. But I think tomorrow's decisions that we have should go beyond regions, village, urban. It hurts. And it hurts because I have relatives here and I have relatives in Anchorage and I have relatives in Oregon. And when I think about representation or how I explain to them what it's like to be at tribal assembly, what we show as delegates when we separate ourselves in such a way is that my relatives in our urban communities aren't of the same as our relatives in our rural communities. And so I wish we could caucus as a whole group. I know it's probably not proper. But again, it just was really hard to be divided in such a way that the choices before us tomorrow weren't representative of all of us, but instead rural or southeast versus urban. Ganesh.
Thank you. So were you asking for clarity on the caucus representation?
I'm still confused. I'm not sure what I was asking for. My apologies, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
I will not answer.
Thank you, Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I grew up in Cluckwan and graduated high school here in Juneau. And it's been really weighing on my heart since we started caucusing and the division that Fran was sharing. And it reminded me of a story that I really want to share. It's very brief, is that When I was growing up, we were fighting over our clan artifacts that had been removed from Clock One. And my great grandmother, Mary King, went to court over it. And what a stressful thing to be suing your family members to get things back. And we ended up getting those artifacts, and they were here in the State Museum for a number of years and were just returned to Cluck One a few years ago. But she was asked by reporters, do you hate those folks that took your artifacts from your house, from your clan house? And she said, how could I? They're my relatives. I love them. So when I come into this space, that's what I carry with me, is that each of you are my relatives. And we have enough people shutting us out of spaces that it was very hurtful. So I just wanted to share that that action of being excluded was hurtful for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I will rule on the questions of the caucus to eliminate further discussion on the rules of caucus clearly stated in Robert's Rules of Orders, and I referred to the parliamentarian. Sometimes caucuses are held to different groups of delegates. For example, all delegates from a certain district, territory, which is defined in our Constitution, or geographic area as defined by the organization, and they are then they're similarly governed by the rules generally applicable to committees or caucuses. So the question I was asked earlier is, I left my caucus as I was asked to come here to rule as to maybe why a certain group of people were asked to leave the Southeast Caucus. That is the ruling. It's in Robert's Rules of Orders. If there's a caucus called to a geographic area of a territory, that caucus has the right to withhold their people who enter that caucus. Thank you.
Hi there, this is Gil Stokes calling, talking, that is. Sorry, you got me confused now.
No.
Well, here's the thing. It is true, I am 91 years old. However, I was 2 years and 18 days when Tlingit and Haida was established. And I'm still around. Thank the good Lord for that.
Yes.
Yeah, like again, I was born in Wrangell. I have relatives in Wrangell. I have relatives here in Juneau, Anchorage, Seattle, all over. I spent 30 years back east. I worked with many, many Native communities as I was I was a Navy hospital corpsman. And I worked in hospitals and I stayed serving people in health all my life. Now I'm getting help. Okay? But what I'm saying, when Herb Hope and Ed Thomas was here, sitting over, I remember here, we had caucuses and we went anywhere we wanted to. I feel very put out about being limited to where we can go and what we can do. Because Southeastern, we love you. We do. We may be in Seattle, Anchorage, all around, but we are Southeast people at heart. Thank the good Lord for that. There's nothing like Southeast. Goodness cheese.
Thank you, Gil. Are there any more discussion items on the report given earlier on the election and succession amendments and the elected representation amendments to the Constitution? Seeing none, We have risen in report. The reports have been read. The reports have discussed. At 4:02, we will stand in recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you. The memorial will happen. It's not part of, it is part of this, but it's still at 5:30.
5:30 or 5? 5:30?
5:30. If Rob Sanderson, catch
Yep.
can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's at 5:30, yes, but there are some people that want to be here that won't be here until 5:30, that want to sit in the back and witness and hear their loved ones' names being read. So, if we're gonna stick by the agenda, let's stick by the agenda, at least on that one. I think, you know, that's very important.
Thank you.
So
I agree. If the agenda says 5:30, outside entities want to come and see their loved ones represented at the last, we will stand to the 5:30 PM memorial. Thank you, Jackie.
Yes, I'd like to make just a brief announcement for the memorial. I've been asked to lead the Amazing Grace in Tlingit, and since we have some time, if anybody wants to join me in practicing it during our break, I'll be right over here and we can practice. Thank you, Ganeshish.
Thank you. So we will stand in recess until 5:30.
So each community needs to identify someone that will be a candle bearer and somebody that will read the names of the loved ones that have gone on before us. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Kara. I'm with the Seattle delegation, but I just wanted to announce that my family, there's 3 of us here. We're having a raffle full of prizes that are made by Sawdoots Peel. That's Robert Peel from Heidelberg. This yellow cedar paddle, hand carved by him, his own design. And I shouldn't say that, hand carved by him. I believe it's his own design, but the design on there is his. And it's a salmon egg, and he says it's honoring the salmon. I have a necklace here that's Devil's Club and trade beads and copper rings. Also a halibut hook made by him also. Many of you know the earrings and the necklaces that he made. So I just tried to put them all together to show you. It's just a family fundraiser. We're a canoe family. All of the stuff that we do is on our own. So we have fundraisers thanks to my dad. Thank you, Dad. And they're $10 a ticket, and I'll draw tomorrow just before we end session. Thank you. I'm in the back corner. The back corner. I tried to make now in the morning. There's so much.
Can I announce it here? Can I announce it here? I'm just grabbing the microphone because it's already on. If you are caucusing with a group of us, we're meeting at the tribal court.
candle on. No, you're right. You turn them off. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. You turn the candle off. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yes? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, I appreciate getting corrected on that. I've done this so many years and, sometimes it, it doesn't go always as planned, but, anyway, the candle bearers, when your community names have been spoken, you will go ahead and turn your candle off, and we're going to go in order, like Donna Ray said, which we have done in years past. So we'll go in order. No, no, just the name. That's a little bit too complicated for that. So, yeah. Just find a place in line, bro. Yep. Just remember when you hear your community name. So here's the names in order for those that are new here. And if we could keep the chatter down. So we have Anchorage, we have Angoon, we have Craig, we have Haynes, Huna, Heidelberg, Juneau, Cake, Kasan, Ketchikan, Klawock, Paquan, Metlakatla, Pelican, Petersburg, San Francisco, Seattle, Sitka, Wrangell, and Yakutat. And when we are done concluding, reading the names of our loved ones, all the candles should be off by then. And then after that, we're going to have a closing prayer. We'll have an opening prayer. We'll have some Tlingit and Haida memorial songs. And then we'll have a closing prayer after that. We have the Book of Remembrance here. And those that would want to donate on behalf of their loved ones to the memorial, you'll be issued a envelope, and you could put your donation in there and put it in our lock box up here. And the names of the loved ones will be entered into the Book of Remembrance that is here to my right. So with that, we got a few more people coming in. And for those of you in line, I'll be keeping an eye out for you to make sure we're good in alphabetical order. So I'll make sure I check them off so we don't get confused back there. We'll wait till Shirley gets settled in. And if we could get the doors closed too, that would be great. Thank you very much. Although not custom, but when communities' names are being remembered, it's good to see the community stand up that when their names are being spoken. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. At this time, I would like to have opening prayer. Kathy Lawrence, please.
Heavenly Father, we want to give you thanks tonight for everyone that is here. And there are numerous friends, family, relatives that are here where they are missing someone, either as a family member or a friend. And tonight we take the time out of a busy agenda to recognize those who were part of this Tlingit and Haida assembly and have gone on now. And we give honor to their names and their families and close members, Lord. We remember the things that they did, we don't forget. And I thank you for this service that is being held tonight to give that honor, Lord God. And we just lift up your name, that your Holy Spirit would be here, moving among the people, especially those who are grieving, Lord God, as we have heard just the last couple of days, other people that have passed away. It is not an easy thing, Father, when we lose our people. And so we gather tonight as one. Clinkett's, Haidas, Simpsons, we gather tonight as one to give strength and support and love to each other. And we thank you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
At this time, I'd like to call up Jackie Payton. We're gonna have some special music. And then after that, I'll be calling on Gianna Willard from Ketchikan after.
I'd like to invite all of those who would like to come and sing with us and sing Amazing Grace and sing it. I have our elders, representatives, and others.
While we're waiting for everybody to come up here and join us, I just want to thank everybody for coming back to help partake in this service for those that we have lost over this past year. I know myself, I'm missing some of my friends that I don't get to see anymore. And I mean, if we are grieving, and when we grieve, the greater our grief is because our love has nowhere to go now. But after we're done grieving and we think about it and we think about our loved ones and we bring ourselves to a place where we can remember the good memories and we think about our lost loved ones, our family, our friends, they would want us to be happy. The memories that we have of them. So, and we're gonna sing Amazing Grace. I'm gonna sing it in English, and then we're gonna sing it in Tlingit also. Just be praying for us as we try to sing here. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. There's tolls and snares I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. Praise God, 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 praise God. Praise God, praise God, praise God, praise God, praise God.
At this time, I'd like to call on Gianna Willard.
Paula, in Hyde Kill, we're gonna sing the Calling of the Ancestors song, followed by the Feather song to bring balance to that beautiful, amazing grace and Tlingit that we just heard. How
At this time, we will begin reading the names of our loved ones from our communities. And when the names have been read from your community, the candle bearer will turn the light off on the candle. So with that, I'm gonna call on Anchorage.
The community of Anchorage. Norma Dunn. Gary Horton. Myron Agrenlock Sr. Anthony James. Lawrence Marvin. Lillian Lackey. Lisa Williams. Ruth Ann Boone.
And Goon.
Doreen George, Lower George, Darlene Shanigan, Alvin Williams Jr., Teresa Howard, Reggie Nelson Jr., Leonard Demmert Jr., Rocky Estrada, Sophie Frank, Joanne George, Tiffany George, Daniel John, William Silva, Betty Torres, Abe Washington Jr., Shane Thompson, Marlene Zuboff, Pauline Paul, Robert Corpus, Ed John, Rolando Shive, Clifford Johnson, Rose Westica, Mason Ramey, Sylvia Sallard.
Greg.
Speaking on behalf of Craig, I have Tina Soul, Sue Diltz, Jeannie Lingley, Blanche Farrell, Ashley Ackerman, and Robin Baker.
Haynes.
Ron Martin, Clifford Thomas, Richard Primo Williams, Joe Jacobs, Robert Bobby Price.
Una.
In love and memory, Leona Santiago, James Lindoff, Frank Lindoff, Ralph Knutson Jr., Irene Knutson, Harriet Knutson, Mark Cook Sr., Grace Villarreal, Rosemary Jimboy, Francis Waldron, Roger Shakely, Kenny Grant, Sandy Haldane, Jean Hill, Billy Williams, Lenora Johnson, Julie Williams, Linda Bellardi, Maureen Brown, Eunice Glover, Elena Diamond, James Haldane, Larry Marvin, Alex Stevens,
Heidelberg.
Speaking on behalf of Heidelberg, in loving memory of those who left us much too soon. Skylar Peel, Jermaine Warren, Stephen Pradovich, Amanda Alec, Valerie O'Neill, Matthew John Carl Sr., Randolph Burgess, Douglas Jan Burgess, and William Bodie Tropel.
Juno.
For the community of Juneau. Walter Adams Sr., Mark Cook Sr., Sophie Frank, Jeffrey Charles Garrison, Christine Jackson, Charles Johnny, Ashley Johnston, Rosemary Mills Stevens, John Morris Sr., Jerry Musif, Eileen Osborne, Leona Santiago, Mark Clark, Robert Charclain, Martha James, Jocelyn White, Rose Westica, Johnson Clifford, Christopher Danny, Tina Marie Decker, Alberta Sue Susie Martin, Roger Shakely, George Bell, Julie Williams, Lenora Florendo, Maria Olson, Marion Fawcett, Maureen Brown, Bob Corpus, Marilyn Jocelyn, Patricia McGee, Faye Mulliken, Francis Borden, Lois Wilson, Elizabeth Betty Torres, John Wilson Jr.
Cake.
In love and memory, Victor Demert, Clarence Rocky Jackson, Edward Perrin, Marvin Cadick, Wayne Friday, Christine Jackson, Debbie Johnson, Ruthann Brown, Gilbert Williams Jr., Alberta Shaquani, Barbara Rose, Sonia Sosi, and Mia Jackson, and Audrey Nasca, and Dewey Scan.
Kasan.
Kasan has no names this year, but we share in remembering all of our sister communities and their loved ones. How often?
Thank you. Ketchikan.
In loving memory from the Ketchikan chapter, and I will read the Saxman losses as well. Richard John Jr., Cecilia Johnson, Patricia Reeves Duncan, Elmer Makua, Delma Inman, Eric Trout, Albert Brown Jr., Jacob Luth, Charles White, Lorraine Gunya, Edward John, Angelina Lammers, Michael Milne, Chelsea Robinson, David Pratt, Daisha Masta, Paul Jackson, Helena Dunn, Harvey Garza, Terry Bermudez, Mary Florence, Anita Ludwigson, Ronald Layton Jr., Barbara Pierce, Margarita Barber, Frank Jones, Daniel DeWitt, George Guthrie, Stephanie Robles, Kenneth Kita Sr., Pauline Worth, Matthew Baumgartner, Martha Reed Brown, Stephanie Torgerson, Woody Anderson, Edward W. John, Eric Trout, Freddie Saludo, Clarence Trout, and Mabel Scan. Sheesh.
Lowak,
Cloak, Kenneth Armour, Brenda Colcard, Frank Demert, Al Jackson, Dewey Scan Jr., Russell Tars Snook, Sylvester Williams, Ronald Williams, and Homer Mills Jr.
Buckhorn,
Marvin Willard Senior, Dan Katzik,
Metlakatla, Pelican,
In loving memory of Rose Miller from Pelican.
Petersburg,
In loving memory, Marcia Hanson, Kathleen Randrup, Lorenzo Little Lopez, and Chris Lopez.
San Francisco,
In loving memory, Max Wells, Commander Dillon, Norma Irene Peglinawan Guerrero, Justin DeRule.
Seattle,
In loving memory, Sheila Delap, Lillian Johnson, Gerald Luth, Rebecca Nelson Haldane, Asher Thompson, Richard Adams, Harvey Garza, Patricia Rounds, Isabel Sharon Coe, Alice Jacob Lines, Fred Blaylock, Frank Nakadurma, Desiree Scotchman, Ronald Harib, Joshua Alexander, Elizabeth Betty White, Robin Demert Baker, Helen Joseph, James Jim Price,
Sitka,
In loving memory, Michelle Barker, Verna Jesse Carlson, Jacob Carroll, David Jackson, Everett Johnson, Esther Johnson, Janice Limbach, Ethan McGill, Louis Chuck Miller, Kenneth Chief Nielsen Sr., Steve Petro, Jim Price, Stephen Scanis, and Lionel Carroll.
Wrangell,
In loving memory, Brian Hernando Fenimore, Daniel James Gross Jr., Lillian Lackey, Christine Thomas Jackson, and Matthew Jean Reinhardt.
Yakutat. Okay. All right. Don't seem like there's anybody here from Yakutat. At this time, we will conclude with the closing prayer by Sandy Demert, and following that, the names of our loved ones that were read tonight will be entered into the Clinton Haida Book of Remembrance. And off to my right here, we have a memorial donation if you want to donate something on behalf of a loved one. So.
as we remember those that have gone on, let's remember that and cherish the ones we have, those relatives and friends still today. My brother Frank Demmer passed away, and my brother Gary and Timothy, both my parents and my grandparents. And so I stand here with strength because I'm become in the age of elder in my family. My sister Victoria's back there with her daughter Heather. We just cherish Prince Wales. You know, my brother Frank lived in Cloak, and I love Prince Wales. And I love Seattle because I have a lot of relatives there. Some in San Francisco, but I love my family here in Juneau. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Lord, I pray for unity as we close out tomorrow, and I pray that we have a wonderful day tomorrow. And I pray that our hearts are healed from the ones that passed on, and I pray that we know that they're in a better place. And I love the pictures here that we shared, and I just love Clinket and Haida for acknowledging our sorrow and our grief. And I pray, Lord, that we go with a happy heart, knowing that we support each other along the way. And we give a hug when we need, when we see someone hurting, Lord. And I pray that we just cherish each other even more. I pray that everyone goes home safely and we come back with rest and be happy that we're together for one more day. And I thank you, Lord, for all our blessings throughout the day and this evening. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Amen. Good job, Anna. So proud. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Uncle.
Yeah, that will conclude our service. Thank you all for making it back to the hall. I've always stated that this was, in my opinion, our most important event of the Tribal Assembly. Thank you. Have a good night. Get your rest.